This is great. You want a hug?
Some of that. Sheesh. Anybody tell you you're a beast? Saying I could bring to the beach. Think about it 7 days a week. So tell me if you rolling with me. When we go out, we go up. Never come down, we go up. When we come around, they go up, go up, go up, go up, go up.
You have what it takes. You have the will, the skill, and the stuff. Because with Stadia, your things, yes, the things you already own, are now reborn as unstoppable gaming machines. Ready to play the biggest AAA face melters in all their glory.
Yeah.
That means old PCs, new phones.
Hello?
Your laptop can instantly become an arena filled with
70,000 screaming fans.
Your screens are now time machines to 2077. And your controllers are Shinobi Steel, the arrows of Olympus, or even
Scoots of destruction.
You ready to play? Good. So is Stadia, because you'll never wait for downloads or updates ever again. They're gone. Bye-bye. You click, you play. Boom, fast, lightning fast.
Wow.
Go from screen to screen to screen. Yes. Now there's nothing stopping you. Nap time is tea time. Lunch breaks are for breaking tackles. And no galaxy is too far away. With Stadia, you can be a smackdown-laying, dragon-riding, immortal cyberpunk hitman right this instant with the stuff you already own. Because you have what it takes. Try free at stadia.com.
Welcome back to the final day of announcements. My name is Lamar Wilson, and I'm partnering up with Stadia. For the past few days, we've had some incredible first looks and free games to try. If you haven't tried the demo for Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle, that's an exclusive demo just to remind you, or Humankind Beta, well, go try those now. Well, guess what? We got some more good stuff for you today. I can't wait to show you today's games. You're going to see some vibrant, colorful games, visit an unknown town, visit a mutating world, and dungeon crawl like never before. Let's take a look.
Some kids just don't fit in. They don't have goals. They don't have ambitions. They don't try at much of anything. Kids like us. Sometimes, someone stupidly believes in kids like that. And when someone like that disappears, when they're taken from your life, you'll do everything, anything you can, to save them. We can't just give up on him, no matter how long it takes.
Okay, I really love that this game is about saving someone who really cares for you. That's just really heartwarming to me. I'm in. I want to play this day one. All right, let's check this next game out. I want to see. Okay, wow. I recently got into strategy games, and with this one being a different game each time you play, I'm in. I gotta play this. Buckle up. Here we go.
My friend, how do you fare?
You've heard the news, I hope. They're here, mind flayers. Each parasite they plant grows their numbers.
Reveal truth to the absolute.
And with this new cult on their side, we're going to need a hero.
Oh, okay, that was crazy. That was crazy. All right, so let's take a look at Immortals Fenyx Rising, where you're on a quest to save the gods from dark evil things. Let's take a look. I can't wait. Listen, this isn't even a discussion. I love Greek mythology so much, and I cannot wait to dive into this game. Let's go. All right, guys, listen, let's switch from talking about games to playing them. You can play Immortals Fenyx Rising for free for the next 7 days, exclusively on Stadia right now. You heard me, right now, by using the click to play link in the description. Here's how it works. You just scroll down the description of this video, you find the click to play link, you click it, and then you're playing Immortals Fenyx Rising on Stadia. It works with your phone, your laptop, your desktop, even on your TV, and your favorite controllers. It's so easy. That's the week of playing the Immortals Fenyx Rising demo for free on Stadia. But there's been a lot more good stuff over the last few days. You have what it takes to play them right now. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you on Stadia.
Hello everyone, this is الحدث, and today I will be one of the co-hosts for this event. So welcome everyone, and thank you for coming, and we hope you enjoyed the event. So just warm you up to it and introduce you to our agenda. So we'll first start with the welcome and mobile keynote, and we will go after that. We will have making a game in Unity with Sarah Saber. Right after, we will have Yusuf Amkos introduce pixel art for games. Then Muad will do an introduction in modelization using Blender. Right after that, we will have Hamza Hassin that will talk about networking in games. Then Abdullah will actually have a NAMA session. So it's Ask Me Anything. So come prepared with your questions. Then we will have Ziad introducing Make Your First Game in VR. And the best for the last, which is Add Stadia and Cloud keynotes. That will be it for today. And while we wait for we should definitely start with the welcome and keynote. So I hope everyone is ready, and I hope that you will enjoy the event. Thank you for coming.
Welcome to the 2021 Google for Games Developer Summit. I'm Greg. I lead product for games on Android and Play, and I'm the tutorial NPC guiding you through level 1 of today's summit. The last year has brought many highs and lows. The pandemic has created numerous challenges and trials, both in our personal lives and in the craft of game making. With more time spent at home, we know that people have turned to games for entertainment and to connect with friends and family around the world. How and why they play has changed. We dug into this last summer to better understand how the pandemic was impacting mobile gaming behaviors. We could clearly see installs and gameplay on the rise, and it was exciting to see this among gamers of all types and across the world. In fact, 70% of surveyed mobile gamers are playing more than ever before. Going a step deeper into the motivations for playing, we found two insights. Fun new games, but are also getting back. Today, we'll cover the latest for mobile game developers from Android, Play, Ads, and Firebase. Tomorrow, tune back in on our event site at 9 a.m. Pacific and check out what our Stadia and Cloud teams have in store. With that, let's get into our updates from Android and Play and related products. Overall, Android and Play have created untold opportunities for millions of thriving developers and businesses that have innovated on mobile. Since its launch in 2008, Android has been a revolution as a unique, free, open source operating system for anyone to use, even for Peloton bikes or the in-flight entertainment systems on JetBlue. Android's flexibility and compatibility have been essential for device makers and carriers to create this large mobile device and app ecosystem. And Google Play aspires to be the best destination to find the apps, games, and digital content that bring these Android devices to life. For developers, we provide services that enable worldwide app development, distribution, commerce, and performance analysis, helping millions of you build better experiences and grow your businesses. For consumers, there's the online storefront, anti-malware and parental controls, safe ways to make purchases, earn rewards, and consumer support if something goes wrong. Through freedom, openness, and accessibility, Android and Google Play create the foundation for this thriving ecosystem. This ecosystem thrives when consumers get a trusted experience and engage with the best games. And we only charge developers when our services deliver tangible business results. In other words, our business is built so that we succeed only when others succeed. To this point, last year, we saw Android and Play reach new heights amidst a pandemic and people playing more games safely at home. By continually making Google Play a better place for consumers, we've made it a richer place for game developers to connect with a diverse and global audience. Today, we can share that Android has reached 3 billion monthly active devices, and Play grew to reach 2.5 billion monthly active users. In fact, last year, Google Play drove 140 billion installations worldwide and provides
This is great. Anyone want a hug?
Give me some of that. Sheesh. Anybody tell you you're a beast? Saying I could bring to the beach. Think about it 7 days a week. So tell me if you rolling with me. When we go out, we go up. Never come down, we go up. When we come around, they know up, go up, go up, go up, go up.
You have what it takes. You have the will, the skill, and the stuff. Because with Stadia, your things, yes, the things you already own, are now reborn as unstoppable gaming machines. Ready to play the biggest AAA space melters in all their glory. That means old PCs, new phones.
Hello?
Your laptop can instantly become an arena filled with
70,000 screaming fans!
Your screens are now time machines to 2077. And your controllers are Shinobi Steel, the arrows of Olympus, or even Scoots of Destruction! You ready to play? Good. So is Stadia, because you'll never wait for downloads or updates ever again. They're gone. Bye-bye. You click, you play. Boom, fast, lightning fast.
Wow.
Go from screen to screen to screen. Now there's nothing stopping you. Nap time is tea time. Lunch breaks are for breaking tackles. And no galaxy is too far away. With Stadia, you can be a smackdown laying, dragon riding, immortal cyberpunk hitman right this instant with the stuff you already own. Because you have what it takes. Try free at stadia.com.
Welcome back to the final day of announcements. My name is Lamar Wilson, and I'm partnering up with Stadia. For the past few days, we've had some incredible first looks and free games to try. If you haven't tried the demo for Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle, that's an exclusive demo just to remind you, or Humankind Beta, well, go try those now. Well, guess what? We got some more good stuff for you today. I can't wait to show you today's games. You're going to see some vibrant, colorful games, visit an unknown town, visit a mutating world, and dungeon crawl like never before. Let's take a look.
Some kids just don't fit in. They don't have goals. They don't have ambitions. They don't try at much of anything. Kids like us.
enabling you to use Visual Studio workflows to create Android games. This extension brings you up-to-date tools and SDKs within your work environment, improved debugging tools, and a way to quickly launch key Android tools like Logcat. It is also compatible with IDEs like Unreal and Incredibuild. After a successful preview, we're making it available to all developers today. Next, we have essential game libraries. We're expanding the Android Game SDK as a suite of game-making libraries to cover several core use cases and reduce the amount of Java to C bridging that you do. To date, this SDK has included frame pacing and a high-performance audio library. Today, we're adding 3 new libraries. First, there's a new game activity, providing all the C interfaces you need on Android, from screen rotation to app lifecycle events. It's also compatible with all of your favorite Java libraries. Next is our game input library, to more stably process input from the software keyboard in C with less code complexity. And lastly, we have a new game controller API to help you support a range of game controllers, including popular first-party console controllers. To round out the game developer kit, we're expanding the existing performance optimization suite for Android 2. Last year, we announced Android Performance Tuner, a service in the Play Developer Console to help you optimize frame rate performance across all devices. Today, we're expanding it to include loading time metrics, so you can better understand how long it takes your users to get into gameplay, including user abandonment metrics. Our other performance tool is the Android GPU Inspector, or AGI, which we released last year as an open beta for deeper graphics systems traces. King.com used the GPU Inspector to optimize Crash Bandicoot on the run, moving GPU frame time between 11 to 16 milliseconds to a stable 8 milliseconds. Besides it being a smooth experience, it significantly reduced battery drain too. This year, we are adding frame profiling to AGI. It will give you a deeper render pass level view and take the guesswork out of which graphics calls are creating bottlenecks. AGI is still in open beta and available for download today. Overall, we're excited to continue investing in the Android game development kit, and you can check out everything here at this link. Speaking of performance, let's switch to some exciting Android 12 changes for games. It's no surprise that a game's technical performance matters. As our research shows, you'll better retain players with a stable and smooth gameplay experience. In Android 12, there are 2 exciting new areas to share. The first is the introduction of a game dashboard, an overlay experience that will be available on select devices later this year, and more coming in 2022. Players told us they wanted quick access to key utilities during gameplay, like screen capture and recording and do not disturb. The game dashboard makes those and more easily accessible during gameplay. The next are game mode APIs to enable players to pick a performance profile for their game, like better battery life for a long commute or performance mode to get peak frame rates. And these APIs will let you know what they prefer. We're excited to team up with Samsung, with more OEMs on the way, to give players this customization on upcoming Android 12 devices. Game mode is powered by a performance stack that allows Android to either intervene or communicate with your game to adjust to the player's preferences. On participating devices, we'll be adding game mode interventions to achieve GPU time improvements and higher frame rates without any special changes to your game. You can also opt out of interventions with a manifest setting. In Android 12, the API gives you control on how to respond to player-communicated performance modes, which is perfect for high-fidelity games that already have settings to go full throttle for frame rates or dial it back for battery life. We're excited to see you achieve higher quality and smoother gameplay on more devices with game mode APIs. To round out what we're doing for Android game development, there's 2 awesome new services to share. The first is a tool in the Play console called Reach and Devices, an ongoing request for years. You've wanted to get deep technical specs of the devices your games are running on, or could be targeting. This data and insights tool helps show you the distribution of your users and technical issues across devices, including key dimensions like OS versions, memory, graphics stack, and chipsets. Your business teams can use it to make the business case for expanding into new markets and devices. And engineering teams can spot device optimization opportunities and set test priorities for the next release. You can check it all out in the Play Developer Console today. The next is an update for Firebase Remote Config. Remote Config intuitively lets you remotely configure your game for different audience segments without releasing a new version. This lets you run A/B tests, manage feature flags, or push custom game experiences to different groups of players. Now, we're taking this even further with the introduction of personalization. It applies machine learning to help you continuously set an optimal configuration for each player to produce the best outcomes. For example, you could automatically optimize the difficulty level of your game for each individual player and maximize engagement. Personalization is available in alpha today for all Firebase developers. You can learn more about all our tools and services for Android game development at the link here. Now let's switch to some updates about Android and Play across more devices. Android and Play can give your game incredible reach. Beyond the phone in your pocket, games can be awesome when you can conveniently switch to tablets, laptops, and other portable devices. Last year, Chrome OS had its biggest year ever. We now see Chrome OS is the second most used desktop operating system in the world, and Android usage grew 300% over the past year, the biggest year of growth since we launched Google Play on Chromebooks in 2016. Awesome new games like The Elder Scrolls Legends, Asphalt 9 Legends, and Ticket to Earth have been a part of this growth. GeForce Now was also introduced as a Chrome web app to experience hundreds of favorite PC games on Chromebooks. Also, Unity recently introduced support for Chrome OS on Unity 2021 and with support for version 2020 coming later this year. You can join the growing number of developers building for Chrome OS today to access this rapidly growing audience. Year over year, we've also seen 30% more people start using Android tablets, and games remain one of the top reasons to own a tablet and an important device for you to design for. We recently launched Entertainment Space on several partner tablets, a one-stop personalized home for all your favorite movies, shows, books, and games. The Games tab in the Entertainment Space helps players continue the games they play from the home screen and explore new and recommended games. You'll find Entertainment Space on Walmart on devices, and later this year, it will roll out globally on new and select existing Android tablets from Lenovo, Sharp, and more. Let's switch to some exciting Google Play updates that can help you go to market more effectively. I'll start with distribution. The number one reason for install cancellations and lower engagement is the length it takes for a user to install and get into gameplay. There's tension between offering the optimal experience while trying to reduce the size of a game, and you shouldn't have to compromise between higher fidelity and install and gameplay conversions. Last year, we announced Play Acid delivery, and we've continued our innovation to ensure players spend less time waiting for downloads without sacrificing the quality of your game. Today, I'm excited to announce Play As You Download. Built into the core of Android 12, Play As You Download will allow users to get into gameplay in seconds, while game assets are downloaded intelligently in the background. You can see how it works here. On the left-hand side, you see the familiar current experience, where we download the entire game before it can be opened. On the right-hand side, we show you the Play As You Download experience, where users can quickly open the game after what's essential has been downloaded. As they begin gameplay, the remaining assets are delivered in the background. We crowdsource the typical first play experiences, including memory access patterns, to automatically deliver the optimal assets to load. And in development, we're seeing 400 megabyte games becoming available in 10 seconds instead of several minutes, which is a vastly improved user experience. Even better, Play as you download will not require you to change your game. If you use the Android app bundle format, simply upload your game and we'll do the rest on Android 12. It will become available to more titles in the coming weeks, and you can join our waitlist today. Since Play as you download uses the Android app bundle format, it's compatible with Play Asset Delivery, our asset distribution solution for large games. Play Asset Delivery is a free service from Google Play for your game asset delivery needs, giving you premium delivering performance with auto updates, delta patching, and more. So if your game takes advantage of a 500 megabyte upfront asset pack, the new Play as you download will analyze it and optimize delivering the essential assets needed to get players into gameplay in a fraction of the time. Speaking of Play Asset Delivery, since our announcement last year, many developers are now successfully reducing on-the-wire and storage sizes on Android. For example, the game Gwent the Witcher card game by CDPR used Play Asset Delivery to reduce their update size by 90%. Previously more than 2 gigabytes, they used fast follow delivery to reduce their updates to a few hundred megabytes and reduce day one uninstalls by a factor of 4.8. This year, with texture compression format targeting, we'll go even further and automatically figure out what compression formats to use to further reduce your game size. You can check out the session talk for both Play as you download and Play Asset Delivery to learn more. There's also a number of updates on the Play Store that are important for game developers. We know ratings and reviews are a key signal for your users when checking your game out and provide you key insights into your ability to satisfy them. The Play Console has new ways to help you understand your game's ratings. You can now view ratings across different form factors, access and query your ratings history, and understand what your potential users see on Play with new historical ratings metrics. These are available to everyone today in the Play Console. Pre-registration continues to be a powerful promotional tool for upcoming games, and we did a visual refresh to make pre-registration more useful for users worldwide. You can now use app campaigns for pre-registration to help you build greater excitement to pre-register for your game in the Play Store. Lilith Games found that users acquired through app campaigns for pre-registration were retained 4.8 times higher than users acquired through app campaigns for installs after launch. App campaigns can also be used for open testing to drive more users during your beta test period, enabling you to get results faster. And a quick update on Google Play Pass, our monthly subscription with hundreds of great games and apps without ads or in-app purchases. We've expanded it to 90 countries with over 800 games and apps, and developers have on average more than doubled their Play revenue across participating titles in these regions. While Play Pass is currently an invitation-only program, we are always looking for new, great content. So let us know if you'd like to join at the link that you see here. We're invested in the rest of our Play Pass partners in several ways, including the use of Google Play's new automatic integrity protection. It's now out of testing and available to all Play Pass developers. This service protects your game from tampering and piracy by automatically adding runtime checks to your code that are made hard to remove, and they protect when your game is offline. Titles with early access to automatic integrity protection saw a significant reduction in unauthorized usage. A related service is the new Play Integrity API, designed to help curb abuse like cheating and unauthorized early access. This API can help you determine if your game or cloud services are interacting with a genuine user account using your genuine game binary and on a genuine Android device. If it's not, then you choose how to respond to reduce the risk of abuse. The Play Integrity API is now in early access, and we're expecting to make it generally available later this year. We recently announced new commerce features to give you more ways to monetize your game. You can now enable users to buy more than one item at a time in the cart using multi-quantity purchases. Multi-line subscriptions is also new and allows you to sell multiple products as part of a single subscription. And finally, There's prepaid plans to offer access to content for a fixed amount of time. To take full advantage of these new commerce features and more, use Play Billing Library version 4.0. Billing Libraries versions 1 and 2 will not be supported at the end of this year, so it's important you upgrade soon. In 2018, we launched Google Play Points to help increase engagement with your games and apps and reduce user churn. Users can become members for free and earn points on everything they buy on Google Play, including in-app purchases and subscriptions. They can exchange these points for participating in-game content and play credit to use in any game. Experiences like weekly title promotions allow users to earn up to 5 times more on their purchases. PlayPoints is now in 27 countries, including Austria, Belgium, Portugal, New Zealand, and Israel, which just launched in June. Participating developers can now self-manage points offers for their game in the Play console. Points can be a powerful promotional tool. For example, using points multiplier offers, Marvel Contest of Champions increased their monthly revenue by 4 times among participating players in the United States. PlayPoints is currently an invite-only program, and if you're interested in participating, check out the link you see here. This brings us to the end of today's keynote. You can hit the start button and play this level all over again, or move on to over 30 session talks during our summit and learn more about the services and tools that we announced today. I want to wish you all good health and success in all your game-making dreams. And thank you for tuning in this year.
Welcome back to the final day of announcements. My name is Lamar Wilson, and I'm partnering up with Stadia. For the past few days, we've had some incredible first looks and free games to try. If you haven't tried the demo for Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle, that's an exclusive demo just to remind you, or Humankind Beta, well, go try those now. Well, guess what? We got some more good stuff for you today. I can't wait to show you today's games. You're going to see some vibrant, colorful games, visit an unknown town, visit a mutating world, and dungeon crawl like never before. Let's take a look.
Some kids just don't fit in. They don't have goals. They don't have ambitions. They don't try at much of anything. Kids like us. Sometimes, someone stupidly believes in kids like that. And when someone like that disappears, when they're taken from your life, you'll do everything, anything you can, to save them. We can't just give up on him, no matter how long it takes.
Okay, I really love that this game is about saving someone who really cares for you. That's just really heartwarming to me. I'm in. I want to play this day one. All right, let's check this next game out. I want to see. Okay, wow. I recently got into strategy games, and with this one being a different game each time you play, I'm in. I gotta play this. Buckle up. Here we go.
My friend, how do you fare?
the news, I hope. They're here, mind players. Each parasite they plant grows their numbers.
Reveal truth to the absolute.
And with this new cult on their side, we're going to need a hero.
Oh, okay, that was crazy. That was crazy. All right, so let's take a look at Immortals Fenyx Rising, where you're on a quest to save the gods from dark evil things. Let's take a look. I can't wait. Listen, this isn't even a discussion. I love Greek mythology so much, and I cannot wait to dive into this game. Let's go. All right, guys, listen, let's switch from talking about games to playing them. You can play Immortals Fenyx Rising for free for the next 7 days, exclusively on Stadia right now. You heard me, right now, by using the click to play link in the description. Here's how it works. You just scroll down the description of this video, you find the click to play link, you click it, and then you're playing Immortals Fenyx Rising on Stadia. It works with your phone, your laptop, your desktop, even on your TV, and your favorite controllers. It's so easy. That's the week of playing the Immortals Fenyx Rising demo for free on Stadia. But there's been a lot more good stuff over the last few days. You have what it takes to play them right now. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you on Stadia.
This is great. You want a hug?
You have what it takes. You have the will, the skill, and the stuff. Because with Stadia, your things, yes, the things you already own, are now reborn as unstoppable gaming machines. Ready to play the biggest AAA face melters in all their glory. That means old PCs, new phones.
Hello?
Your laptop can instantly become an arena filled with
70,000 screaming fans!
Your screens are now time machines to 2077. And your controllers are Shinobi Steel, the arrows of Olympus, or even Scoots of Destruction! You ready to play? Good. So is Stadia, because you'll never wait for downloads or updates ever again. They're gone. Bye-bye. You click, you play. Boom, fast, lightning fast.
Wow.
Go from screen to screen to screen. Now there's nothing stopping you. Nap time is tea time. Lunch breaks are for breaking tackles. And no galaxy is too far away. With Stadia, you can be a smackdown laying, dragon riding, immortal cyberpunk hitman right this instant with the stuff you already own. Because you have what it takes. Try free at stadia.com.
Welcome back to the final day of announcements. My name is Lamar Wilson, and I'm partnering up with Stadia. For the past few days, we've had some incredible first looks and free games to try. If you haven't tried the demo for Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle, that's an exclusive demo just to remind you, or Humankind Beta, well, go try those now. Well, guess what? We got some more good stuff for you today. I can't wait to show you today's games. You're going to see some vibrant, colorful games, visit an unknown town, visit a mutating world, and dungeon crawl like never before. Let's take a look.
Some kids just don't fit in. They don't have goals. They don't have ambitions. They don't try at much of anything. Kids like us. Sometimes, someone stupidly believes in kids like that. And when someone like that disappears, when they're taken from your life, you'll do everything, anything you can, to save them. We can't just give up on him, no matter how long it takes.
Okay, I really love that this game is about saving someone who really cares for you. That's just really heartwarming to me. I'm in. I want to play this day one. All right, let's check this next game out. I want to see.
Hello everyone, today I'll be sharing why and how to enhance your game performance with UX. I'm Serena and I'm a strategic partner manager on the Google Play Partnerships team. I will begin with sharing why UX is an important topic, followed by key areas of focus to enhance and optimize, and finally ending with how each Max has been able to grow their performance of Trivia Crack 2 through UX changes. So how did this topic come about? In the last few years, revenue diversification has remained a hot topic in the industry. Regardless of the game genre, developers have been challenged to become more innovative in the way that they market.
You have what it takes.
Subscription, battle passes, ads, or a combination of the above. When we dig deeper into deciphering what would improve the overall performance of these four monetization trends, especially when we think in terms of IAP growth, an element that is often overlooked is the game's overall user experience as it relates to monetization. When developers are spending time scratching their head on what to do for new content to improve their metrics, it's easy to forget that the simple element of UX could be one of the key solutions. Especially for an existing game, what may now look intuitive to you as a developer may not actually look the same for a new and/or existing player. Turning your heads to the current UX can create direct impact on engagement and monetization, and is a controllable method to ensure long-term and sustainable growth to your new and existing game businesses. After piloting with developers globally, we were surprised to see that what may seem in hindsight to be obvious were often overlooked. The three main themes and best practices I've collected are: number one, the importance of making sure your players understand the IAPs that you're offering. Number two, making sure players are focused on the best value that you have. And number three, ensuring that the purchase flow is smooth and streamlined. When a new player enters your in-game store for the first time, the display is key to help them navigate to the value of great deals or understand what can be purchased. There are two things to note here. Number one is using IAP descriptions to the best aesthetic of your screen. Especially when an IAP is added during live ops, what we often see are colorful and vibrant starter packs or bundles that may make a lot of sense to an existing player or to you, but may only look like pretty graphics for a potential first-time buyer. For example, in the design home screenshot, upon clicking more information icon, the player is able to see what the Desert Sienna pack actually entails before thinking about purchasing. And number two, rather than leaving the players to calculate the values of each bundle, it's helpful to highlight the deals that you're offering. In the GameShin example at a glance, a new or existing player can easily identify which SKUs are best valued. GameShin here uses the red banner to showcase just how much more diamonds the player will receive. Similarly, it's helpful to visually guide your players to the pack that you'd like to promote. Just like when we're entering a physical store, we're automatically attracted to certain items based on the way that they're displayed. In these two cases, I'm instantly drawn to the obsidian chest in Archero and the 9.99 SKU in Trivia Crack 2. There are multiple ways to do this, whether it's a play on colors, shading, icons, and/or graphics. Another often overlooked tip is the application of social proofs. Social proof is a very common and powerful persuasion trigger, and a relevant and commonly used form is to showcase popularity. You can do this by helping your potential players know which SKU is best-selling or the most popular. This is important to note because as consumers in this day and age, whether it's checking for the most watched list on Netflix or checking for most reviewed or popular items on Amazon, we've all been trained to lean into social proof when making decisions. Similarly, this is something that developers can focus on when designing in-game offers. Finally, purchase flow. Firstly, an obvious miss that we often see is the game not removing barriers to the final purchase. Developers, big or small, miss the step of checking whether a player would either be stuck on a screen from loading or led to another screen, which would then exit their current in-game stage. It's important to ensure a frictionless purchase flow within your game. Aside from removing barriers to purchase, one best practice is to streamline your purchase flow by suggesting an option or a bundle when the player runs out of turn. In this example here with Love Link by Ludia, when the player matches with a potential love interest, the player is then given an option to unblur the photo that the love interest sends. Since the player doesn't actually have enough gems in this case, by clicking the 180 gems button, the player is then led to an alternative screen with the best purchase option highlighted. Note that this actually isn't the same as leading the player directly to the in-game store, but designing an alternative display for players to choose directly from the customized options. So, how did making these changes turn into business impact? For those who aren't familiar, Eterm Gaming Division has been delivering casual games since 2009. Among their successes are Trivia Crack and Trivia Crack 2. The Trivia Crack 2 business model relied mainly on ads, but Etermax sought to grow their IP revenue to diversify their games' revenue streams. However, since changing up the entire gaming economy and structure was not an easy option for an existing game, we worked closely with Etermax to ensure that they've optimized their UX. The results were telling. The UX changes resulted in a 23% increase in total revenue, a 3 times increase in buyers, and a 2 times increase in ARPDAU. So what exactly did they change? One of the many changes Etermax began with was the redesign of their store. With the after screenshots, we can see that Etermax redesigned the overall shop layout. The entire set of icons are redesigned with more vibrant colors. Honing in on the details they put onto the 1100 gold bar option, the before display shows the SKU identically as the other 150, 500 IAPs, whereas the version on the after screen adds a simple detail to the 1100 gold bars in order to differentiate the SKU. Outside of the store, Etermax also took a second look at their icons within their game sessions. Not only have they redesigned the power-up icons, they also added 1 to 2 square simple text to inform both new and existing players of what the icons actually mean. When a player is deciding how to continue with a game session, the player would clearly be able to see which options they're able to purchase with gold bars. Players are also then able to clearly associate how much each power-up is worth. Similar to what I previously shared, Etermax took a second glance at their purchase flow to make sure that when out of turn, players follow a unique user experience. As an example, when players are out of turn, they're shown how much rewards they would lose and how much is needed to continue. The players are then led to a second screen where the SKU is highlighted for them to consider. Finally, the flow ends with the last chance to continue the turn with an additional option of payment with video impression. If this flow sounds familiar to you, it's probably because we now see this frequently across multiple platforms, whether it's us canceling an email subscription or video streaming services. If it's a common user flow that we as consumers are used to, it's definitely worth considering adding this intuitive experience when designing your game. To conclude, I would encourage everyone to revisit your game with a new player's lens and ask the following. As a new player, would you be able to navigate your own in-game store? And as a new player, do you know what you should be purchasing when you're running out of turn? And number 3, when you do decide to spend, which SKU or bundle are you intuitively drawn to? And finally, when you proceed with the purchase, are you able to smoothly finish your buy? Providing a smooth and controlled player experience through UX enhancement is a foolproof way to boost conversions. I hope the different categories and examples shared today can be a helpful checklist for you and your team. For more ways on how Etermax has enhanced their UX and another case study with a Korean developer, Mango, check out our Medium articles on this page. Thank you everyone for your time.
So, hello everyone, and now Sarah Saber will talk about how to create a game with Unity. Welcome, Sarah.
And hello.
Hi.
Thank you for having me today. It has been some technical issues. I fixed them. I hope everyone hears me well. I don't know if that's
Yeah, we
clear.
hear you. Yeah,
That's cool.
perfect.
Nice. Okay, so let's start with it. It's like 45 minutes, right? Okay. Okay, amazing. Let's start.
Okay, you can just share your screen and
Okay.
let's go.
Do you see my screen right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
So,
Bye.
okay. Hello. So today we are going to go a little bit in overview of everything. I'm taking care of everyone who is not never seen game development or known about game development, because we are kind of in Morocco, so I don't expect everyone to know everything. And we are trying to invite as much people to join us into that field. So I'm starting with 0 level experience, basics. Feel free to ask me anything. I'm just trying to hook you up into that industry and let you know a little bit more about it. So it's kind of an introductory video with Unity to make games with it. We are not going technical, and we are not going so far away either. And I will have some samples for you on my GitHub if you want to download them in the end. Okay, so I guess if you have questions, stop me at any time, any moment. So let's go for it. I'm just talking a little bit like about me, what I'm doing. I am a game developer, but also a tech fanatic. I have been a lot into the game industry lately, about like more than 4.5 years right now, professionally talking. I've been working with a lot of games and non-games companies, but today I'm sharing my experience with you in the side of Unity, but also giving glimpses about the game development in general. That's my long, short story. From a software engineer to a game developer. So it's kind of funny because we didn't know about game development really. We just played games. So in the beginning, and it was kind of a little bit tricky to find out what's going on and if that's really a path that we can choose. It was like kind of some magic going on there. We didn't even know who made that things, and if it was even possible for normal human beings to make those things. And it just no, it was some magic or something like that when we were kids. We were playing those games, like a lot of them, especially like the NES, the Game Boy, and for hacked tools like Moroccan can now Malik and Mortahabi. And by the way, if you want to ask questions in any languages, feel free to ask. I'm open for 3 languages: Arabic, French, English. So ask me anything. So I started by studying software engineering because I thought that was the only thing that exists, kinda. Then I had my internship at Ubisoft. Then I discovered that there is something called game development. Then I fall in love with game development in general and decide that it's not kind of impossible mission to do. It's not like a God of War mission. So yeah, so it's like it just graduated from software engineering, but still was Then I looked in the markets. So obviously Ubisoft has closed at that moment. So there was no more studios. Ubisoft is one of the biggest studio in the world, and it has like a branch into Casablanca, but they closed in 2016 for many, many reasons. Then there was no really a game studio that really do games really at that moment. There were some startups, but they were still growing. So it was kind of hard for everyone willing to go to this field to go somewhere. Then I went to something similar, which is kind of interesting. It was Minecraft Education Edition, teaching that, which was cool and amazing. Then it was not really my stuff because I still missed that field of Ubisoft stuff, guys and people there. So I decided to go try again to look for game development, like raw game development again. Then I find out companies that work in remote, and I work with them about serious games. Serious games is kind of games that are not only for fun, there are games that are for teaching or education things. Like For example, let's say like air simulation or plane simulations are serious games. They are not games to just have fun. They are teaching something. They are having simulations. That's one thing. The other thing is that, yeah, that was cool, but still no. Then I look again for other stuff. That moment it was VR and AR technology emerging. So I went there and tried to make them again remotely. So because still no game companies were doing that really in Morocco, sadly. But we are trying to change that with all these events. Then I was, that's cool, but still I wanna big games and big stuff, like big studio stuff. Then I moved to look around in the world, and I find myself with a senior Unity game developer after long term of learning things. So yeah, it's kind of, that's why I put in like Pokemon adventure is like my life is kind of Pokemon adventure, like going there and discovering Pokemons, kind of things. So enough about me. So let's just go about the topic of today. So let's talk a little bit about games as an experience, how to make a game in general, and the tools to make a game, because it's kind of an alien world right now. And since I'm the first one to start really the conference, I was thinking to add those things here. Tools to make game, where to study games, because obviously it's kind of tricky to find where types of games, what is a game engine. We will see what this term is. Unity and Unreal, you heard about that before if you are searching about this or trying to learn about them, or maybe you are a professional so you don't need all that information. Then why Unity? Because the topic of today with me is Unity, making games with that engine. So then we are roughing up with example demos and sharing with you some GitHub repositories. So games as an experience. Games are not always for simple fun, but for more. Like what I said before, games can be like for education. They can be, it's a media. It's not like something that is installed in devices. It's a media. It's like movies and sounds, music. It has so many fields that you can use for, like educational games for kids or for elder people. Like you can teach a language with games, making it more fun. You can simulate like particles. You can simulate world life. You can, like, for example, in NASA, they are simulating a lot of things with that game technology. We are talking about the game technology as a 3D experience board. So obviously there are so many feeds to go into that, and a lot of people start discovering that. And then there is obviously a lot of tools involved and technology in that. We have the classical 3D or 2D experiences, or we have the new generation of like, let's say we have the virtual reality, we have the augmented reality with the new glasses that came out, and that give you another immersive experience. And we have a lot of things going on actually, which is amazing. If you go there and you can target it to industries, like we can also say that interactive simulations for cars, for exhibitions are also in the games category because it's a 3D interaction. Let's think about games not as games. Games is a part of a 3D interaction, but normally people call it games or game technologies in a wide normal way, but it's not really only that. How to make a game. So game actually is a 3D environment, a 3D world. It's like making an imagination coming true, but making it interactive. It's kind of a movie or a video, but with more tools and extra stuff. So obviously you will need a lot of disciplines to go like that. Like for movies, you will need a scripter, you need a writer, you need a sound artist, you need a filmmaker, all of those to film and make you a movie. But in games, it's more and more complicated than that. It's more complex, let's say, not complicated though. It's a lot of people involved because it's interactive. We add the interactivity, so you can see and choose what's going to happen, choose where you are going. Like for an example, you are in a forest. For example, in a movie, you just watching someone in the forest or watching in the camera viewer. perspective, but you cannot control anything. But in a game, you are going to control things. You are the character that's going to walk around and discover places by himself or herself. So we need developers here. That's the purpose of we need some softwares. So we can also say that interactive experiences or games are softwares, but are like kid softwares. They are a branch of software development, but they are kind of different. We have a lot of people, like I said, involved. We have the artists, because we need to make 3D models. We need to make that environment in 2D or 3D. It's like because we are creating the environment. We are not filming it. It's like cartoons. But right now, we need that same guy who make the cartoons or the 3D movies to come to us and make us some models for our game. We need the developers. Obviously, those developers are maybe software engineers that are graduated from game or non-game schools. Like you can be a C# developer and come to the game development field. So it's kind of easy to make the jump. You just need to be willing to do it. Developers are also need to deal with 3D world, which is having vectors and simulation of physics. And that's the only addition added to the normal development. We have the scenarists. We took them from the movies and we put them here again. They are doing the same thing. Just here it's an interactive experience, so you can interact with that story. But in the movie side, it's not really interactive. You are just watching it. Sound artists for making sound, of course, in both disciplines. It's the same thing. Game designers are the guys that make the rules and the pipeline of doing things. Like this is level 1 and this is level 2, and the game designer, it's like I'm generalizing it a lot because it has like level designers. It's a big field of people going there. It's just for simplicity's sake. So they make the rules. Like they make let's say for Candy Crush, your role is to have all your numbers of matches correctly before the time end up. That's a goal. Like let's save the princess in Super Mario. That's a goal. They are designing the roles with other disciplines, of course, and designing the rules, the enemies, the system, and giving that to the level designer, let's say, to make the levels. And more. It depends each time. Like for big companies, not like small companies, startup, and etc. How to make a game, like what I said, it's like this disciplines here. We have the engineers, the artists, the game designers, and they all test the game and they throw you the release and they keep updating it. Like you have sometimes bugs, like let's say Cyberpunk was kind of a big mistaken release, but they tried to fix it by adding updates. So yeah, it's still, again, they all work together. There is not someone who is working first and the other second, etc. It's kind of, the world is kind of looking inside the game companies like that. So the coder is in next to the maestro. Is the designer who made the rules. It's like the director in a movie. Then the world builder and the artist. It's kind of a little picture to show you a little bit what's going on. They are all working together. Tools to make a game. So each person or each discipline is using tools, and some disciplines are using the same tool. For example, the designers are writing the rules, so they are using mostly Excel, Word, Jira or Trello, etc., to organize the team, management, etc. Maya and Blender for artists, you may know that already, Photoshop, etc. For programmers, they use the normal programming softwares and languages. It really depends on the studio or the company they are working with. Maybe C#, C++, Rider, etc. With Visual Studio, etc., etc. And they all are emerging into one tool. They all use kind of one tool. They all need to open that tool, which is the game engine. It's the big editor that you put all your stuff inside and build the game inside of it. Because without this tool, you cannot release the game. And we will talk about it. And this is Unity, Unreal, Godot, and etc., etc. In the past, people were making them alone. But right now, since it's a huge amount of work and need a lot of people, people stop making them unless you are a big company, or if they make them, they take years to finish one engine. Why it's called an engine? Because it's like regrouping everything and it has the code, it has your art, it has it's running your game and testing it and building it, exporting it. It's in the simplest way. Then that engine or that game tool, it's releasing your game. Without it, you cannot build your game. So game engines are looking kind of like this. I think you already have opened one before, or no? Anyways, we are opening one today, which is Unity. It's like you have a lot of things going on. That's why not only one person can do it. That's why only people are using the tools that are publicly available. Right now, for example, that tool here, we have like we can see that we have the scene view. You see your 3D models here, because like I say, the artists, like in the previous one, those artists here are coming, giving you the 3D art and putting them here. So they need to know how to use this software. And like the programmers need to write their code and also add it here to make this car move, for example. And then these guys here need to know how to work with this so they can write correct instructions to everyone here. Then we test here and we place objects, etc. Then we see how many levels we need, and then we press next and we press build and we release the game after we test it, of course, and a lot of process going on. So what are game engines? So it's like a lot of tools, like I said, it's helping you build your game in all the devices, and it's like taking all the arts, the sound, the pictures, the videos, and your code also, and everything, mixing it together and extracting your game into these devices, either on mobile. A lot of them are, it's like a big editor, big editor that has 3D simulation, physics simulation. Also, it has tons of libraries. If you are already a programmer, it's like a big Visual Studio Eclipse with a lot of extra tons of features inside of it, not only simple editors. It's like engines. That's why we call them engines. So game engines literally have two parts. There are many of them. Game engines have two parts, like I said. So this part here, visible to us, this when we can click and modify things, is literally the editor side. It's like the visual side. But the game engine itself, the core of it, the heart of it, is a lot of codes. It's a lot of functions. Like instead of, for example, if we need to code a script from scratch, let's say we want to make a simple C# script to make this car run. Do you imagine how many things we need to do to make this thing run? We need to make it like the text, the physics. We need to make it detect the speed. We need to make it run in a 3D environment. Like this function needs to be taken consideration on a lot of factors. And this is obviously possible, but it will take you so much time to do with it. And then you need to build it to devices, which is again another story. So this engine is giving you a function like, for example, let's say transform like a game object or object dot move forward. So this dot move forward will tell this object to move forward, and it will hide a lot of feature inside of it. So you are gaining a lot of time when you are using these engines. I hope it's kind of clear a little bit. Before we go to game engines and open an example really to see how to make a game, let's just talk a little bit about the type of games. As I say, there are too many games. Just few from many. There are alternative reality games, like augmented reality games, virtual reality games. If we talk about technologies, there are strategy games like Age of Empire, Civilization, real-time strategy, turn-based strategy, tactics. Like this has like kind of one line of subcategories or kind of similar category. The adventures one like Prince of Persia, Assassin's Creed, if we can put them here. Actions, like a lot of action games. Some games mixed a lot of categories to each other, like you see action, adventure, mystery, like hidden objects on your phones when you are playing them. There is like a lot social games like Second Life, if someone played that before. Casual games, there's a lot of them going into mobile, like Candy Crush, like a lot of those things. And card games, it's so known, like card games. Serious games is like simulation, etc. Educational games is a part of serious games, etc., etc. So multiplayer games is like World of Warcraft, which is a role-playing game but multiplayer. So it's kind of both of them, etc. Puzzles is like that 2D puzzle, 3D puzzle, or game puzzle where you need to solve things, which is mixed again. It depends, strategy, etc. So yeah, why Unity and why not? We are not going with another tool. To let you know again, game engines has there are a lot of game engines available for public, and there are some available only for studios, like for big companies. They are not available to us. Only if you go to that company you can use them. But outside for general users, there are very, very powerful tools that we can use. Thankfully, like since the last years, they are available to us. Like Unreal and Unity are the most common one. And why Unity? Unreal and Unity are like the big competitors. Like they are offering all like higher graphics, beautiful textures, beautiful games, many platforms. Like you can build anywhere, everywhere with the same code, etc. They become so massively powerful, and they are plus and minus to each one. It's like talking about using C# or Java. It depends on what you want to use it for. Why Unity is because it's good for beginners. It's friendly enough for learning code, and it's a good practice for you to start coding, because if you start with Unreal, it's kind of a little bit harder to code, and it's facilitated by using visual scripting, which is not good if you want to code correctly games, unless you want to go with C++ in the beginning, which is really the best option. Then it's simpler on your machine also, because those are like monsters. Those editors are like really monsters. It needs like good computers to run on. That good computers that can run games, not like simple devices. So using Unity is a little bit easier on your machine, and it can run on your machine than Unreal, for example. Okay, let's see a little video here about what Unity is for, because Unity is used kind of, they keep it open for all the industries, not only for games. It's a 3D engine for everything. So it's like here we can make big games, small games, every platforms. We can have 2D games, 3D games. We can have virtual reality games. We can have multiplayer games. We can have on every platforms. Like it's really amazing. We can be everyone, like what I said before. It's for artists, for single person, or for a team, and it's really cool. So everyone needs to learn how to use those tools if you want to go to the game industry. And like what I have said before, yeah, like what I said before here, it's let's say like everyone needs to know how to use these engines here. I hope so. You get a little overview about what game engines are. There are many of them, like I said, but like you see in the video, everyone used them. So that's why it's mixing everything here. Okay. So any question until now or something like that? Okay. So
thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much. Thank you for the information and everything. And I would like to have you in other events, maybe in person. It's going to be great. And thank you so much. If there's anything you want to add, because
I want to add actually the practical time, just to have some practice, to show just a little bit of what's going on, because that was kind of theoric. So I'm having Unity here. I will like have some 5 minutes to show what's going on. how this game is made, for example. Like and then it will be like done. And then if there is any questions, I will be happy to answer anything. So I'm just going to show you. This is a game going on. Let's wait until it runs. This is a Unity engine, and it has like what you see. It's really a massive platform. So you have a lot of things going on. This part is the editor. You see everything here is the editor part, and you have a lot of things going on that's called codes, and that codes are inside hidden, which is the game engine itself. Like here, you can see that we have a lot of things going on the scene. Let's move things like here, and you will see that this is the game, how it's looking like, and this is how to edit the game from inside. So if we go here and see what's going on, it's one scene, and here a lot of things can be modified in real life. Like we can have those things after, like, let's stop the game, for example, and let's start moving things. We can, like, for example, move these guys here, and we can edit the game. This is like the artists give you those models, and you will place them whenever you want, and you will position them, you will add them to the scene, and you will duplicate them, for example, you will scale them, you will name them correctly, and like, let's say here, this object, for example, is this one. Let's say we don't want it, so we will just either deactivate it or hide it. And you see that it has a lot of components, a lot of things going on. And if we keep just running one last time, we keep running the game again. Let's see. So you see the menu here, and let's go for the menu and see how it's going to look like. Here you see that you have systems, you have UI. Like UI is like the 2D arts, which is, let's say here, is the start menu. This is the menu background, like we can see here. And you see how we can like modify things in real time. We don't, if we have to code the game ourselves without using an editor, we will have a little bit of a problem here. We will need to make everything and then run the game and then try again to see what's going to happen. But here we can literally change things. Like you see, we can literally just remove this one, or just change it, or not make the image visible, or like make it like black or something like that. We have full control of things going on. Let's try to play the game and see what's going on. Then I will just show you a little part of the code. Like here, this game is actually made by the Unity game company themselves. It's an example project. It was wise to show you this one, so you can see how far the engine can go. It's really can make a lot of amazing games. It really depends on the team you are working on, or if you are working alone. But it's like make you win a lot of time. So like, let's say, for example, this is your character, and the game, you can try it right now before building. This is not the install version. It's literally the engine itself. We are playing in the engine, which will be harder if you don't have your code, like make it yourself without engines. So for example, here we have everything needed. We have the combat system, we have everything. Like here we can see our stats, like how many vertices, how many trees, how it's going on, how many FPS. Like for example, here we discover that it's a low FPS. If we wanna see 60 FPS. Here we see the screen size, etc. And we can turn on the audio, for example, and you can see what's going on. And at any time, you can pause the game and we can see what's going on. Like here, let's see what's going on. Here is like, this is our ship that was there, and this is the level. This is our level. You can literally modify here. And this is, we can have an overview of everything going on. And like you see, this is the menu and everything. But let's try to zoom in into the character so we can see some code. I'm looking at it. Yeah, Ellen. Let's see, for example. Yes, this is our character. So, for example, our character has a lot of things going on. She has physics that interact with the board. She has that script, like this is C# script. If we want to see, we have tons of C# scripts, and it's inside of that editor. That damageable, for example, let's see, for example, damageable, like if she got hit, then she will lose 5 points. What's amazing about softwares like this, that they make you gain time about dealing with variables. Like, let's say you want to modify this, you don't need to go to code, you can do it here. And like, if we open this one, we literally will open it like a normal script, but I will show you something different. I'm just waiting for it to open. Yes, like what you see, it's a normal C# script, if you are familiar with C#. But what we are using the engine, and that's what I was talking about. So that's the editor, and that's the engine. The engine is this functions here, the hidden functions. Like, for example, let's say rigid body. Rigid body in physics is known. We need to interact with the board, etc. And it's kinematic. So this one is a Unity engine tool. And if you want to make it yourself, it will be a nightmare for you because you need to make a lot of calculation. So this is literally transformed to one line just because you are using that engine. I hope that is a little bit clear. Like also that adventures when you are seeing public make it visible in here. Public make it visible into your script. Like damage count is here, like what you see. Here, yeah, max hit point, invulnerability time, damage count, etc. are all things that are available here, which is really a time winner for everyone. And you can focus on your quality of game instead of focusing into coding things that already are simple for you or for other people, and maybe they already did it, so you just use their libraries. So as a summarizing, it's kind of a huge kit that you are using, or we can say like SDK or whatever you want to use. But the term that everyone uses is it's a game engine, and that's its editor. Which is amazing. Actually, this game is a big game. You can see it, you can play it yourself. It has an editor kit, You can work on it. It's kit tool. So for example, you can make your own game with it. Like here, if I go to scenes, template scene, or okay, if I go to terrain, kit tool, create new scene, and if I name it like the GDG test scene, we don't save, then we have our row place. This is literally something created by like this tool. If you want to try it out and check it out, also you can it's a plugin for this engine. You can use it yourself or modify things on it. I'm just using simplified terms here for beginners, but it's like just a package that Unity is given to you. And as you see, you can add things, you can add monsters, etc., and you just press play to have it. This is one side. The other side is that I would have wanted to try with you some games together. I was wanted to show you how to make a game, but I think it's really short session to make anything, really. So I'm going to give this kind of things available for you. Like this was a game that we were supposed to work on it together, which is like very simple. We were supposed to code it as you see, it has like just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 scripts, which are all short scripts, and that would give us the opportunity to make this level. As you see, it's like a really simple game, which is a 2D game. And just to show you that this game, we can transform it to a 3D game, which is really easy in Unity if you are knowing your ways with it. So I guess we will let this to another time or another session for sure, but it will be amazing to see that together. And like what you see here, the hidden place, as you see, there is no ship moving on. It's literally the background moving and the ship spawning on, which is amazing. And this is a lot how games a lot works, which are scrolling or infinite. It's looking infinite, but it's not. It's just showcasing things again and again and again, which is tips and tools. We would look happily around them, but we will schedule maybe some next session about all of this, and I would be glad to give an in-depth course or workshop about how to start a game from scratch with everything. So I guess we are kind of done, kind of it for this presentation. And if you have any question, please let me know. In any language, again, just let me know. Thank you.
So thank you, Sarah. And we have a question that I'm going to show you here.
Sure.
So do you see the question?
Let me see. I need to stop first my sharing.
Sure.
Okay. Yes. What is it again?
Can you? Yes. Can you explain a little bit about VFX and shader?
Yes, I can. So what are VFX and shader? Is our guest with us, or is he like outside of the chat? How am I going to answer you? Is that real-time chats going on?
Yeah, but you can answer like by talking.
Yeah. Okay, because I don't know his level of experience. Maybe I will just say something obvious for him. VFX and shaders are two different things. So shader is a language. Shader is a language. Let me show you. Let me share my screen again to show you what is VFX. Yeah, let me just. I'm getting used to the software. 1 second. Yeah, wait. So shaders are languages and VFX are particle effects. These are a little bit two different things. So you see here this effect here. That's here. I hope my screen is shared. So this effect that we have here, this is VFX. This is trail effect, and it's different from shaders. This here has don't look at this ones. If you are talking about Unity, I'm going to explain to you. So particle effects, let's make a new particle effects to make ourselves clear. This is like an advanced particle effects. For example, let's go again let's go again, play the game. I will show you advanced VFX in the game. Shaders are kinda sometimes used to make VFX, but not the inverse. Shaders is the way that the lights are behaving.
Girls, it's mine.
Yes.
سألت الريبونس ولا باقة؟
No. I'm still answering. I'm still answering his question. So, like, if we go here, I will show you the VFX. VFX are like, you see this particles, like the light glow here. This is VFX. You see this like dust around me. This is VFX. If we go and wanna fight, I will show you. This is another VFX again. Wait a second. This is VFX. You see the effects that's going in? That's VFX. And this light going on, which also called VFX. Do you see the glowing? It's also called VFX. So the VFX is something that's given like a feedback to you. And the particle system is something also part of that VFX. Particle system is more technical, if we can say about that. Particle system is related to either Unity or Unreal, and it's this guy here. Like if we can, I can show you a concrete one. Create empty. Let's make one here. Let's add particle effects. Particle system. You see this. This is particle effects, which is used a lot in what we call VFX. VFX is visual effects. It's like your feedbacks in a game, like pop-out animation, like explosion effects, anything like that. Shaders are other different things. VFX, you can use also particle effects to do VFX, like what I showed you in that concrete example. But shaders are two different other things. Shaders are what make a game look a certain way, like this material here. Let's say this model of cliff. This model, as you see here, you see shader down. Shader is literally a language that allow you to put textures to make the light go in a certain way, not into like you want this to look cartoony, you want it to look more realistic, you want it to have light reflected in a certain way. Instead, like you want it to be more metallic, or you want it to be more plastic, you want it to be having like 3 texture, you want it to have 2 texture. It's a language to make the light behave in a certain way on a surface. That's the answer for you. I hope I get you a little bit clear about that. So yes, I'm done with your question. I hope I answered you about it.
Thank you, Sarah. So we have another question I will show it to you. It says, is it possible for one person to do a stream's work like programming, 3D modeling, UI?
Definitely, because I started like that. Definitely, I say yes with my personal experience also. Right now, in the past, it was kind of impossible and hard to make a high quality game yourself. That's why you have seen a lot of 2D games in the past, because there was no game engine. You see, the game engine advantage is that you can make everything yourself. You can use Blender for making the art yourself, and you can use Unity to mix everything, and you can learn yourself scripting to make it yourself. So it's totally possible, and it's totally faster than before also. And I know a lot of people that what we call the one-man army, they do everything alone. I know a lot of people that are working for their games as one person. You just need to have dedication, passion, and time. And believe me, you can learn everything. My first game, I made it alone. It was a 3D game. And I learned everything. You just need to learn. And believe me, everything is available for you, like online. You don't even need to look around for a school or anything. And I would suggest you to go for this website here, which is called Unity Learn, if you want to learn in Unity. And that would be amazing for you. So good luck, and that's totally possible. And if you see YouTube videos, you can type dev blogs and game dev blogs. You will see that a lot of people are doing this themselves. I will just show you what is it. 1 minute. How you can look for this kind of thing to see this.
Hello,
and
Sarah.
we are done. Yes.
If you have any links, and you want to share them, you can share them with the private chat, and we will share them with you.
Okay. Okay. Yes, I will do that. I didn't know that. Devblog games, and he can look for YouTubers called Brackets, and there is a guy called also Danny, which is amazingly funny. So he will see that a lot of people do that, and if he knows English, that's amazing. He can really go fast. And for learning tools, he can go to Unity. He can go to developer Unity Learn. It's the most trustable way to go. Okay, I sent that to you, and I hope he's going to have a lot of fun with this. And just for a last info, we are trying in Morocco to start. Sorry, we are trying to start some formation like school on game development, but in Casablanca, and it's not announced yet, but we are dealing with that with the school. So as soon as we have information, I'm sure you guys will be excited to share this information, because until now, no school really teaches that. So we are working on that for this year. No, it doesn't need any budget to start alone. No budget, zero budget. Unity for free. Blender for free. And you can not use Photoshop. You can just use something else like GIMP. If you are scared of stealing softwares and you don't want to trouble, so you can use GIMP for 2D arts. And you are done. Actually, it's zero money. And also for sounds, you can have a lot of tools like free sounds, and there are a lot of assets, what we call assets, into Unity Asset Store if you are using Unity. So no, you don't need any budget. You need zero budget, but you need a lot of dedication, and I'm sorry for that, but you need a lot of English also. You need to master that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, this is all we have for now. Thank you so much, and see you next event, inshallah. We hope so, and maybe in person. It's going to be great.
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you so much. Yeah. Thank you, Sarah. So now we will have the next speaker. It's يوسف عنكوس. غادي معنا بالعربية and غادي يدوي لكم على pixel art for games. Yes.
سلام.
Hi يوسف. سلام.
واش كتسمعيني بعدا؟
Yeah, everyone hear you.
صافي نايس.
سلام.
صافي نبدا ولا؟
وي
مع
تقدر
ديجا
تبدا.
صافي شكرا مع ديجا معطلين.
بسم الله تقدر تبدا.
يلاه زين نبداو. المهم بالنسبه للبيكسل ارت غنحاولوا نسربيو مع هادشي، راه فيه بزاف ديال النظري بزاف، ولكن غنحاولوا حنا نقصروا هذا الموضوع باش الناس الاخرين يدوزوا دغيا، وخصوصا الاسئله هي اهم محور حاليا. هو السؤال مع بنادم يقدر يلقى المعلومه، ولكن يقدر يطيح في شي خطا اللي صعيب يلقى ليه الحل، يعني خاصو هو يخطا هو الاول. المهم نبداو. المهم البيكسل ارت غنحاول نعطيكم واحد التعريف بسيط. البيكسل ارت انت كترسم بالبيكسلز، يعني اصغر وحده في الصوره، وكاع دوك السبرايتس ودوك الاوبجيكتس اللي كتقاد تيكونوا صغار بزاف. يعني مثلا الكاركتر اللي غادي تكون كتقاد انت في البيكسل ارت غادي يكون الحجم ديالو صغير، يعني الا كاع كثرتي غتخدم مثلا ب 120 بيكسل مثلا الكاركتر، ولا 60 30. كاينين اللي كيخدموا 25 على حسب الجيم ديالك والستايل. على حسب الستايل ديالك، الا بغيتي تكون واقعي الجيم ديالك بيكسل ارت واقعي اكثر، خاصك تخدم بديتيلز اكثر، يعني حجم اكثر. المهم غنحاول نفهم لكم اكثر مع الارت. بالنسبه للبرامج، كل واحد باش كيخدم. انا كنخدم بفوتوشوب حيت عندي خلفيه تاع جرافيك ديزاين، كنخدم الجرافيك ديزاين اكثر، يعني كنرتاح بفوتوشوب. الاغلبيه كيخدم باسبريت، هو اللي مخصص. اسبريت هو مخصص اصلا البيكسل ارت، ما فيش شي حاجه اخرى وخاص بالبيكسل ارت. وكاين جيم حتى هو راه فابور زوين. المهم على حساب كل شخص والبرنامج اللي غادي يرتاح ليه. انا صراحه كنرتاح الفوتوشوب حيت عندي خلفيه في الجرافيك ديزاين كما قلت. المهم باش تبدا حاول انه هو الاول اول حاجه ديرها هو انك تخلق واحد العاده تاع انك تبقى ترسم ولا تبقى ديزايني كل نهار شي حاجه، حيت ما يمكنش لك تتعلم بواحد الشكل سريع، خصوصا في الارت ديما كيحتاج سنوات. هذه راه حاجه عاديه بحال الجرافيك ديزاين، بحال اي حاجه اللي كتكون فيزيوال، كتكون هكا بنادم كيشوفها راه كتكون صعيبه حيت انت كتطور. يعني اول حاجه غديرها قبل كاع ما تبدا بالبيزكس وداكشي، حاول انك تخلق واحد العاده ديالك انك كتبقى ترسم كل نهار. المهم يلا ندوزو. المهم غنحاول نطرق لشي حوايج اللي مهمه في البيكسل ارت. هو دروك اي واحد فاش كيحاول يبدا خاصو ضروري يبدا بواحد الشيء تاع البيزكس. المهم البيزكس ما غنذكرهمش كاملين حيت كثار، كل واحد كيبقى كيخدم بواحد الطريقه. المهم اول حاجه الا بغيت تخدم انت الجيم ديالك، حاول تخدم بكولور باليت. في الجنب غادي تلقى واحد النظام لوني، يعني واحد العدد ديال الالوان. حاول الجيم ديالك ما تخرجش عليهم باش انت بصريا تكون مزيان. المهم غنحاول نحط لكم مازال المواقع في الاخر باش سميتها باش نختصروا الوقت. بالنسبه للبيكسل ارت كيفاش كيتخدم غنحاول نبسط القضيه. اول حاجه كاينين اللي كيديروا اللاينز، يعني كيديروا الاول الخط، كيرسم بيكسلز على شكل خط وكيلون وكيزيد الشيدين. انا ما كنديرش هكاك، انا كندير سكتش، يعني كنرسم في ورقه ولا كترسم في فوتوشوب. اللي عندك تابليت مزيان، اللي عندك تابليت جرافيك مزيان غترسم في ورقه، غترسم عفوا في فوتوشوب ولا جيم ولا فاش كتخدم غترسم. وحاول تصغر داك السكتش يكون واضح شويه ورسم فوقه بالبيكسلز. البيكسلز كما قلنا راه ديما خص يكون حجم صغير، يعني بيكسلز شي حاجه صغيره بزاف. ومن بعد كتزيد الالوان، وهي هذه المرحله الثانيه ديما كتزيد الالوان. وديك الساعه كتخدم على الشيدين هو اللي كيخليك تحول من شكل فلات، يعني من شكل مسطح لشكل كيبان على 3 دي ولا. المهم على حسب انت الفكره ديالك. مثلا كيما شفتوا ما بين الصوره الثانيه وهذه راه كاين فرق كبير. بحال هذه راه فلات يعني كتبان لك مسطحه، واخا هذوك اللاينز هذوك الخطوط الكحلين راه كيعاونوا شويه في العمق، كيعطيو عمق شويه. المهم كما كتشوفوا راه كيعطي العمق وكيعطي حتى التكستشر اللي هو الملمس. يعني كما كتشوف راه انت كتعرف ديريكتومون بلي راه داك الوسط راه هو خشب والتحت راه هو حديد. المهم هذا الشيء راه كيبان معقد في الاول، وهذا الشيء عادي جدا، راه اي واحد كيتعلم مع الوقت، راه الحياه كديره. المهم الشيدين راه شي حاجه اللي فعلا معقده، ولكن مع الوقت راه كتعلم. وبالنسبه للانيميشن، الانيميشن هي البيج بوس. الانيميشن هي اصعب حاجه صراحه، ولكن غنحاول نلخص لكم هذا الشيء حيت راه والله الا معقد، انا براسي باقي كنلقى فيه مشاكل. سو بالنسبه لهادو 12 الاساسيه، المهم راه كاين واحد الكتاب ديال ديزني نوري لكم، تحاولوا راه كاين في يوتيوب راه كلشي موجود. هو افضل حاجه ديروها هي انكم ما تقراوش كتاب ديالك، تحاولوا تطبقوا كل حاجه بوحدها. بحال مثلا تطبقوا كل قاعده تطبقوها بوحدها، تدربوا عليها بوحدها، وهكاك غادي تبدا تفهم، وغادي تولي حتى انت كتفرج وكتحلل، وهذه مهمه بزاف. بحال مثلا كتفرج في شي سين تاع مثلا شي انمي ولا شي حاجه، راه انت كتفرج وكتبدا تحلل وكتبدا تعرف علاش الناس داروا هاد الحوايج، وعلاش كيخدموا بهاد الفريمز قلال وهنا كيخدموا فريمز كتار. المهم داكشي راه معقد في الاول، ولكن خطوه خطوه. اوكي، الانيميشن كيحتاج اصلا حصه ديالو بوحدها وفيها واحد ساعتين ولا اكثر. المهم هاد جوج كتوبه راه زوينين، هاد جوج كتوبه راه واعرين. بالنسبه لهاد الاول راه هو اللي فيه هذوك القواعد، وهذا ضروري. هذا تاع ديزني، هذا زوين راه فيه دوك القواعد وكيشرح لك بزاف. سو نحيدو من الانيميشن. المهم بالنسبه للبيكسل ارت، شحال من واحد غادي يقول لك بيكسل ارت، ولكن بيكسل ارت غير رسومات بساطه غادي كاع نقد بهم بالسلامه زعما. وفي الصراحه بيكسل ارت هو راه بسيط، ولكن في نفس الوقت هو راه غير محدود. يعني بيكسل ارت ما محدودش، راه من الستينات وقيله ولا ما عرفتش السبعينات ولا امتى، والناس كيخدموا الجيمز بالبيكسل ارت. يعني راه من ديك الساعه لدروك وباقي الجيمز كيطيحوا، حيت راه فعلا هذا الستايل ما محدودش. المهم غنحاول نوريكم جيمز وغادي تشوفوا نتوما بعينكم بلي راه كاينين اختلافات بزاف ما بين كل جيم وجيم، وفي نفس الوقت بيكسل ارت كما كتشوف. هذا راه ستايل انمي كتر، هذا ستايل كيشبه لدوك ستايلات ديال بحال فاينال فانتاسي وهادوك ستايل ديال المانغا والانمي كتر. هذا هو الحبيب الملايين، السوبر ماريو. المهم حتى هي راه بيكسل ارت، وراه ديما السبرايتس تكونوا صغار بزاف، وهذه ما عرفتهاش. ولكن جيم راه هي واقعيه اكثر من هذه، راه كاين فرق كبير الا كتلاحظوا ما بين هذه وهذه. راه كتشوف بلي هذه واقعيه اكثر. علاش؟ حيت على حسب الجيم ستايل. بحال مثلا هاد الجيم هي مثلا باغيه توصل لك داك الستايل ديال الارمي والحروب وداك الشيء، يعني ما خصهاش دير هاد الستايل. وهاد الستايل تاع سوبر ماريو باغي يدخلك لداك الجو اللي فيه النشاط وهاد الكاركترز اللي في شكل بحال هاد كومبا ولا سميتو. المهم وبالنسبه لهاد الجيمز راه غادي تلقاو فرق، هذا بيكسل ارت وهادي حتى هي بيكسل ارت، ولكن ستايلات مختلفين بزاف. كاين اللي واقعي، كاين اللي كارتونيك، ستايلات يكونوا مختلفين. المهم على حسب الجيم ديالك وعلى حسب اصلا الستايل اللي باغي تخدم عليه. بحال مثلا الا بغيتي تخدم شي جيم اللي كتركز على الطبيعه وكتركز على الفيو كتر، خاصك تحاول انك تخدم على المنظور ديال الكاميرا. مثلا هذه راه كتحاول توريك العالم ديال الجيم، يعني انت ما كتركزش على الكاركتر بزاف بوحدو كما في سوبر ماريو، كتحاول تركز على البيئه تاع اللعبه، داكشي علاش كتحاول تخلق واحد المنظور في الجيم. المهم هاد ديال الجيم علاش خدام هاد الايامات، غادي غير ديمو، يعني باقي يلاه في البدايه، سميتها انير ذا ويتد كينغ. المهم هي راه 2 دي نيت، ولكن كنحاولوا نجيبوها شويه تاع الثقافه ديال المغرب المهم داكشي باقي خدامين عليه. حاولت نوريكم شي لقطات. المهم باقي خدامين على الميكانيكس، حيت راه دابا يلاه شهر، هادي واقيلا ولا شهر ونص وحنا خدامين على الجيم، يعني باقي في البدايه ديالها. ما خصني كاع صراحه نوري هادشي، حيت باقي الجيم باقي ما فيها والو صراحه. لكن بغيت نوريكم بلي راه انت يمكن لك تطبق اي فكره كاينه في عقلك، يمكن لك تطبقها بهذا الستايل. خص غير انت اصلا تكون باغي وصف، يعني باغي انت عندك واحد الفكره انك دير جيم مثلا كتهضر على الثقافه الامازيغيه كما درنا حنا، ولكن بين يكون فيه واحد الجو تاع الفانتازيا شويه تاع الخيال وهذا الشيء. كنحاولوا نلقاو واحد الميكس. هي راه صعيبه، ولكن كنحاولوا. مع بنادم كيتعلم بالخطا، الخطا هو باش كيتعلم بنادم. المهم بالنسبه راه كما شفتوا راه درت واحد القفزه ما كايناش جرا مع، كنحاول ما نتعطلش على الناس اللي تابعيني. الى في حاله سالينا هذا العرض هذا والناس ما فهموش ولا باغيين يتواصلوا معايا، الا بغاو يفهموا شي حاجه، حيت راه كاينين بزاف تاع الحوايج المهم راه كاين عندي واحد الديسكورد، راه كاينين نيت معايا شي دراري كنتعلموا مجموعين، الا بغيتو تدخلوا دوزوا عندي الانستغرام ولا شي حاجه ونصيفط لكم. ساو دابا وقت الاسئله. يلا الخوت اللي عنده شي سؤال مع هذه هي المهم، الاسئله هي اهم حاجه. ما راه هادشي كامل غتلقاوه في اي موقع، غتلقاوه فين ما مشيتي غتلقى هاد المعلومات اللي عطيتكم، ولكن خاصكم تسولوا باش انت الا كان عندك شي حاجه في عقلك باغي تعرفها. هذه هي المناسبه كنظن. سوا الخوت المهم اللي عنده شي سؤال يسول. سوا الخوت اللي عنده is there a difference between using a graphic tablet. قال لك السيد واش كاين اختلاف بين الا درتي جرافيك تابلت ولا لا. هو ما كاينش اختلاف صراحه، مع دابا في البيكسل ارت انت كتخدم في واحد الحجم اللي صغير بزاف. يعني مثلا بحال دابا مثلا في الجيم تاع سوبر ماريو اللي وريتكم ديك الساعه، حسن ما تخدمش تابلت جرافيك، حسن كاع، حيت انت بلا السوري كتكون حسن من جرافيك تابلت الا كنتي باغي تضغط على شي حوايج صغار بزاف. يعني انت غادي تقاد بيكسل ارت بسيط، كاركتر بسيط، يفضل انك اصلا ما تخدمش بطابلت. ولكن الا كان مثلا الهدف ديالك انك تقاد واحد الجيم اللي الستايل ديالها واقعي اكثر، يعني فيها مثلا تفاصيل اكثر، حسن انك تكون عندك تابلت جرافيك. وحتى الا ما كانش عندك الامكانيات ماشي مشكل، حاول ترسم في الورقه، حاول ترسم في الورق ودخل البرنامج وخدم عليه. غير الاهم هو ان الحجم يكون صغير بزاف. مع دابا الا كتدخل تصويره اليونيتي راه وكان الحجم كبير بزاف، واخا كدير نو فلتر راه كتبقى مضببه. وفي البيكسل ارت راه خاص البيكسلز يبانوا. واش فهمتي اش قصدي؟ خاص البيكسلز يبانوا، يعني خاص حجم يكون صغير. يعني واش انت غتحتاج تابلت جرافيك؟ ماشي بالضروره صراحه، ماشي بالضروره، ولكن يفضل طبعا. حاول الخوت سولوا معاه، راه انا بالعاني حاولت نقصر الموضوع باش على حسب الاسئله. مع الاسئله هي المهمه كاع. مشيتي فعلا. ستريت فايتر والكينغ اوف فايتر هي هادو اصلا ستايلات مشابهين. والصراحه انا راه الكينغ اوف فايتر هي اللي خلاتني اصلا انا نبغي نتعلم لا سميتو البيكسل ارت. صراحه الصات الا بديت تقاد جيم بحال داك ستايل غتحتاج تابلت، غتحتاج تابلت جرافيك. ولكن خاصك تعلم اكثر الاناتومي اكثر. مع دابا الا شفتي الجيم غتلقاها واقعيه اكثر، غتلقاها واقعيه كامله، الكاركترز كاملين واقعيين. يعني وحتى البيئه ديال اللعبه راه واقعيه. يعني خاصك تمشي تقرا على الستايل واقعي. يعني خاصك تعرف اكثر الاناتومي اللي هو التشريح تاع الجسد، يعني كيفاش داير الانسان البشري. ماشي بحال الجيمز الاخرين اللي تيكونوا بحال سوبر ماريو هذوك ماشي بالضروري تكون في واحد النيفو كبير، عكس ستريت فايتر والكينغ اوف فايتر. وخاصك تفهم اكثر في الانيميشن، فاش كتلقى بعد الاتاكس عند كل كاركتر كتلقى عنده واحد الفن قتالي تقريبا عند كل كاركتر. بحال ما تقارنش ليا تيري مع بايسون مثلا، ولا تقارن ليا يوري مع فهمتي. كل واحد عنده واحد الستايل. يعني باش تقاد جيم بحال هكاك خاصك تكون فعلا مهووس بداك الشيء. خاصك تمشي تقلب على كاع الستايلات ديال الفايتين وتقرا عليهم، خصوصا في الانيميشن خاصك تقرا عليهم بزاف. خاص تقرا على كل ستايل وكل كاركتر، حيت فعلا انت غادي دير الجيم ديزاين الامر اكثر من خاص اكثر. I do spend more than 2 years to make King of Fighter. فعلا ممكن الصوت متفق معك. في عامين عاديه جدا، حيت راه الكاركترز في الكينغ اوف فايتر راه شي حاجه واعره. كل كاركتر عنده واحد الباك جراوند، كل كاركتر راه انا راه من لي فان الكبار راه مشيت وكنقلب على الستوريز ديالهم. فعلا ممكن عامين عادي جدا مع كل كاركتر تما مخدومه بواحد الشكل واعر، يعني مخدومه بستايل ومخدومه بكل شيء. يعني فعلا عادي جدا. حتى الجيمز اخرين راه كاين واحد الجيمز تاعنا من نفس الشركه كنظن هي ميتال سليك. كنظن من نفس الشركه الى ما خطات. راه حتى هما راه غتلقى ستايلز واقعي، ولكن الكاركترز ماشي واقعيين، غتلقاهم تشيبي اكثر. يعني واش يمكن لك انت تقاد كاركتر بحال هكاك؟ يمكن لك خاص غير تمشي غتقرا اكثر على الاناتومي اكثر، غتمشي تركز على الاناتومي، يعني كيفاش داير الجسد البشري وكيفاش كيتحرك اكثر. مع تما راه الفايتين اللي كاين تما، يعني خاصك تعرف كيفاش الجسم كيتحرك. ميتال سليك هو فعلا هو تقريبا كرتونيك، ولكن بيئة اللعب لا، بيئة اللعب واقعية أكثر. بيئة اللعب مع كيحاولوا يحاكيو الواقع. مع دابا الا مشيتي غادي تلقى مثلا البساطة على الاهرامات، وفعلا الكاركترز كاملين راه كرتوني، كاملين كاع هادوك تشيبي كثر، يعني كتلقى راسو كبير كتلقى راسو كبير ولكن جسمه متوسط ولا صغير، وهذا كيتسمى تشيبي ستايل. هو راه داك الشيء قلت لك، راه انا في الشركه، راه اصلا راه غتلقى واحد الشركه ولا واحد الاستوديو وخدم جيمز بزاف مختلفين في الستايل، وهذا الشيء عادي. مع انت اصلا الا كنتي باغي تتعلم الجيم ديزاين وتبقى تقاد الكاركترز وداك الشيء، راه خاص تكون عندك واحد المقدره تاع انك تخدم بستايلات بزاف، تكون بحال الحربه لان يعني خاصك تقاد تعرف كيفاش تخدم ستايلات بزاف. وانا صراحه انا ماشي انا كنفضل نقاد فكره ديالي ولا نخدم على فكره ديال واحد اخر. هذه فكره ديالي انا كنظن انني نقاد جيم ديالي انا، واخا الناس ما تعجبهمش ولكن انا تعجبني اكثر. يعني نقاد شي حاجه كتقيسني انا، فهمتك ليك. سوا الخوت حاولوا الا بديتو تسولوا حيت راه ضروري. الاسئله هما كلشي. يلا الخوت حاولوا كاع تسولوا الا كانوا ناس كثر. السؤال المهم راه كاين واحد السؤال كان انا كنخدم فوتوشوب وراه اي برنامج كما كان، ما كيهمش البرنامج باش كتخدم، واخا تخدمها بداك الرسام ديال ويندوز، لا هو الصراحه لا يفضل. المهم كتخدم باي برنامج كما كان، خدم بفوتوشوب جيم بلي كان اسبرايت، يفضل اسبرايت صراحه، واخا انا ما كنخدمش به، يفضل اسبرايت حيت هو اسبرايت تيكون خاص وفيه شي اضافات خاصين بالبيكسل ارت، وفيه داكشي خاص. يعني يفضل غير تخدم باي برنامج كما كان، ولكن الاهم هو الحجم يكون صغير. مع الا ما كانش الحجم صغير، اولا غادي تعذب مع البيكسل ارت، كيحتاج تفاصيل اكثر. مع انت كتخدم بحال كتبني شي بازل، بحال كتبني بدوك الليغوز، عفوا دوك الليغو بحال هكاك ديال البيكسل ارت، كتبقى تخدم بيكسلز حدا بيكسل. المهم كاين واحد السؤال يقدر يسولو الناس، هادشي على حسب الا جا شي واحد اخر يتفرج مع وقيلا غادي نسالوني دروك، وقيلا نساليو شحال خصك باش تتعلم. هو الصراحه ما كيهمش شحال خصك، حيت الا بقيتي كتفكر في هذا الشيء غادي تبقى غير مروبل. مع اي واحد باش يتعلم شي حاجه ارتستيك، عندك الجرافيك ديزاين، اي حاجه كاركتر ديزاين، كونسيبت ارت، اي حاجه كتحتاج وقت مع داكشي تيكون ارتستيك. وانت فاش كتدخل مثلا بنتريست، انستغرام، اي بلاصه، غتلقى الناس بزاف احسن منك، وهذه عادي جدا. وانت فاش كتلقى الناس بزاف احسن منك كتبقى تقول علاش انا ماشي بحالهم، ولكن انت فاش كتمشي تشوف دوك الناس كتلقاهم سنوات، تلقاهم 10 سنين 15 عام وما كيتعلموا. يعني انت خاصك تركز غير على راسك، وحاول تكون كل نهار حسن من اللي قبله فقط. هو انك تكون عندك ديك العاده تاع ان كل نهار خاصني نرسم، ولا كل نهار خاصني قاد انيميشن، واخا يكون بسيط، وسير على الله. وبالنسبه لي بغيتي تخدم في شي استوديوز ولا في شي، راه الخدمه ديالك هي اللي كتبينك، خصوصا في هذا العصر الخدمه ديالك هي اللي كتبينك. راه يمكن لك تكون عندك باج في انستغرام وفيها ديزاينز واعرين، راه غادي يجيو هما يخدموا معك. علاش؟ حيت كل استوديو كنظن كل استوديو كيبغي ناس اللي كيناسبوا الستايل ديال الجيم. بحال مثلا ما تقارنش جيمز مثلا بحال ميتال سليغ وكاين جو فايتر، فهمتي؟ راه غتلقى نفس الشركه ولكن ستايلات مختلفين. يعني راه انت الناس اللي غادي تخدم في الميتال سليغ خاص الستايل ديالهم في الخدمه ديالهم تكون قريبه. يعني الا بغيتي تخدم في شي جيم مثلا، نقولوا مثلا جيم مثلا نقولوا غير هاد الهولو نايت ولا شي جيم مثلا، استوديو ديالهم خاصك انت تمشي وتشوف الستايل ديالهم وتحاول تعرف ليه، يعني تحاول تبقى تخدموا اكثر وتعرف انك تحاكي داك الستايل بك، غادي يمكن لك تخدم معاهم. ومهم كنظن سالينا.
شكرا بزاف يوسف على لا بريزونطاسيون ديالك وعلى لا ريبونس. فوالا الا باغي تزيد شي حاجه باسكو خصنا ندوزو للنيكست سبيكر.
اي عارف. المهم صافي كنظن سالينا مع راه الوقت ما عندناش. شكرا على هاد الاستضافه، وكل التوفيق للجميع.
ميرسي بوكو، شكرا.
الله يبارك.
الوغ السلام عليكم. معكم دونك دابا غادي يكون معكم معاذ بن حومان جو بونس. دونك غيهضر على انتروداكسيون على الموديليزاسيون ببلندر ان شاء الله. سو فوالا you can start. ما كنسمعوكش. مازال ما كنسمعوش الصوت. إلا تقدر تيستي الاوديو. ما كنسمعوكش. مازال ما كنسمعوكش. ما كنسمعو حتى شي حاجه. سلام، واش كتسمعنا؟ ما كنسمعكش. مازال ما كنسمعو حتى حاجه.
سلام معاذ، جربتي تعاود تديماغي الكروم تاب اللي انت خدام فيها؟ Try speaking now. We can't hear you. ربما يقدر يكون الماسك. جربتي بلا ماسك؟ Try to speak now. No, we can't hear you. ياك ما مديزاكتيفي الساوند للتعب ولا شي حاجة. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry about this.
No problem. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's begin. First of all, thanks to GDG Casablanca community to invite me to this event. Today, I will share to you my experience in Blender and know the basics about it. Okay. I will introduce myself. I'm Waad bin Hamman, software engineer and also lead designer at Octav. Octav, it's a game studio that develop VR and AR games, also WebGL games and Android games. You can check our website to see other things. And if you have if you want to contact me, you can send me a message in my email, or you can contact me in LinkedIn or Facebook. So today we're gonna talk about what is Blender first, and why I choose Blender specifically. Also, I will show you some examples, and we will begin to know Blender and work with Blender. So, what is Blender? Blender, it's totally a free software that we can use to create our own games, our own assets and 3D models. Also, we can make with it short films and VFX, visual effects, animations, and also motion graphics. You can do whatever you imagine in Blender. So, why I choose Blender? Honestly, because I'm used to work with Blender from the beginning, and also because it costs nothing. It's totally free, and there are a lot of softwares for the 3D modeling, like 3D Max and Maya, but it costs a lot of money, and they have the same features that Blender provides. So I choose Blender because it's totally free, and from the beginning I used to work with it. Okay, here are some examples. You can just take a reference or pictures that you want to model it, and just imagine how to want to create this. You can use Blender to create this reference to a 3D model and use it in your games, your own games, or your videos, or whatever you want. This picture is it seems realistic, but it's a 3D project that I worked on 1 year ago. It's for my previous projects. It seems realistic, but it's totally 3D. This picture also it's really it's final render of my previous project. This pictures it's from our games that we are created in Octav. You can check it and try it. Also, you can check our website to know more about us. Okay. Now, Blender. Blender doesn't need a big requirement to work with it. Just if you have 256 megabyte in your RAM, you can run Blender. But if you want to use it in a better way and a perfect way, you should have a big performance in your game and your laptop. Also, you need a perfect graphic perfect GPU to render your object fastly. Let's get started to Blender. Now I will show you how to. This is our website if you want to check it, octav.com. Now let's see how we can download Blender. You can just go to blender.org and download the latest version of Blender. Blender 2.93, or just if you want the previous version of Blender, you can just go to the download and previous version and choose whatever you want of Blender's version, like 2.8. I work with 2.8 now, but it's just I'm used to use it. Okay. Let's open Blender. Let's get this. Okay. First thing that you're gonna notice, this splash screen. This splash screen, you can choose the type of your file, general or 2D animations or sculpting or VFX, or just you can open some files that you are already have it, or just the recent file that you are already open. To cancel this splash screen, you can just click in this area or just click general. So the second that you're gonna notice now is there are a lot of windows here, and also there are some cube here and just this shapes. This is the lamp and this is the camera. This is the default thing that you're gonna see every time that you gonna open Blender. So unless if you are not customize this settings. So let's talk about this windows. There are a lot of windows here. This window is the 3D viewport. You can modify. You can toggle, open another editor like image editor, or just say in 3D viewport. This right side here, this is the hierarchy for your project. You can see every object that you create in this viewport and see his name, and also you can show it or hide it or just ignore it if you're gonna render this object. Down here, this is there are options that we can work with. There are the properties, like modifier properties to choose. This is I will talk about this I will talk about this later. There are here the render properties. You can choose AV or cycles to render your project or your object or your 3D model. I will use AV because it's faster in rendering stuffs like rooms or what you are creating. Cycles take time. If you have complex shapes or complex models, it takes time, a lot of time, and he require a big GPU. Okay, this is the options. We're not gonna use them. I will ignore them now, and let's talk about how to customize this window. Okay, now I want to add another window here. How we can do it? Just go to the right corner here and just drag like this. Now you have a new window. I want the outliner here, not here. I want to create. I will click in this button and just choose what I want. I will choose outliner. So the outliner is here, and I will put the 3D viewport here. Voila. But if I want to go to the default settings, what I can do? You have two options. You can do the reverse that you are dead, like put this in the viewport and cancel this window. How I can cancel this window? Just do the reverse. You can just click here and drag. No, like this. You can just click here and drag like this. You see this arrow? It means that this window in the right side is gonna close, or in the if you move your mouse in the left side, it means that you're gonna close the right window. Okay, or just go to the files, default, and load the factory settings. Load, voila. It's like I just opened the project. So we are we are talking about the interface. Now, how I can interact with this 3D viewport? How I can interact with this 3D viewport? It's totally simple. There are these buttons here to move your 3D viewport to see the other sides like this. You can just click in the middle mouse. I will just add an add-on here to see my shortcuts. Okay, add-ons install. Okay. Just 1 second. Where is it? Okay. Okay. Okay, now you're gonna see this icon here. You're gonna show you what buttons I click to know what I'm doing. Now, if you want to move around here, you can go in this area and just play with it like this, or just click in the middle mouse and move around. If I want to slide in the right side or the left side like this, you can just click shift and the middle mouse like this, or just this hand here, you can just click it and move your mouse. It's totally simple. Now you're gonna ask me if I don't have the mouse in my computer, how I can the middle mouse in my computer, how I can deal with it. Blender have the solution. You can just go to the edit reference, not reference file. Where preferences in the input, and just check this emulate three buttons mouse. If you check this button here, you can emulate the middle mouse by clicking Alt and the left click. It just you click in the middle mouse like this. If you click Alt and the left click, it's just like you simulate the middle mouse. The second thing that you're gonna ask me is if I haven't the numpad in my computer, in my keyboard. It's also Blender have the solution. You can just go to the inputs in the preferences and go here in the keyboard and check this emulate numpad. Now you can, if you want to use the numpad like this, you can just click Control and the number the numbers in your keyboard in the top. So this is the question that you're gonna ask me later. I will answer them now. Now, how I can move this game object or delete it or create another one. You can just first of all, how to select this object. You select this object by clicking on it. It's really simple. Or just drag like this to select multiple objects. If you want to select all of them, you can just click A and select all of them. It's simple now. Let's go back to how to move this cube. You see here this arrows here. If you click this game object and click this arrow, you're gonna show you this 3 arrows here, the red one and blue one and the green one. If you want to move this cube in the z-axis, just drag this arrow, this blue arrow here. You can move it in the z-axis, or in the y-axis you're gonna move this green arrow, or just the red arrow here to move in the x-axis. Okay, how to do it without clicking this arrow? Just click the shortcut G and move it freely. If you want to move it in the specific axis, you can just click G and the axis that you want, like top X to move it in the X axis, or just Z to move it in the Z axis, and Y to move it in the Y axis. It works like this. Now I want to rotate this object. How to rotate it? Just go to this circle here, and you're gonna show you this lines. If you want to rotate it around this x-axis, it's the same like the movement in the movement. You can just drag this light here to move it around the x-axis, or just in the z-axis. You can move it in the this blue circle, or just into you're gonna move it in the y-axis. Just click this green circle here. The shortcut is you can just click R and move it like this. If you want to add some specific axis, you can just click X or Y or Z. It's simple. To scale this, you can go here in this button and just select it and scale it like this. It's like the previous thing, the position and the rotation. So now how to delete this object? I want to delete this object. Okay, click this object with the left click and go here. Click right click and go to down here, and you're gonna see delete. If you delete this, voila, it disappears. I will undo this this thing. Just click Ctrl Z to undo this thing. The shortcut is click X to delete this object. Now, how to create a new one? The shortcut to create a new object: Shift A, and you're gonna see this panel and choose whatever you want: a plane, cube, circle, sphere, or a text, or lights, a camera, whatever you want. This is the basics of Blender that you're gonna need to work with it. Now let's delete all of this and create a new one. Okay, let's go to the edit mode to edit this object. What is edit mode? Edit mode, it's the what I can see. It's the place that you have the right to modify your object. You move the vertices and the edges and the face, and also add another faces and like manipulate your object the method that you want. Let's go to the edit mode. Now you're gonna see this point here. You can select them by click on them. To move this vertex, you can just click G to move it, or R to rotate it, or something like this. To work with the faces, you can just go here. You have here this button means you're gonna see the vertices. This button here means the edges. This button here means the faces. Okay, I will select this face and rotate it like this. You can just manipulate it like you are in object mode. So let's talk a little bit about this new options they are here. Okay, I will create a room and work with. Okay, let's create a plane here and do some examples, and in the runtime I will explain this options. Okay, let's extrude this object. What is extrude? It's like add a new one, a new object, and new faces around this z-axis. Okay, this is the object that I'm working on now. Let's create a table. How to create a table? just go to the object mode by clicking tab, shift A to create a cube like this. Cube like this. Let's hide this one. Move it around like this, scale it down, and go to the edit mode to add, to have a little piece of wood here. We can just go click Ctrl R to add edge loops here to manipulate our object. Let's add 2 of them and scale them in the axis. Add another one here. And go to back, the bottom, and select those faces. Click I twice to insert these faces and create another one in the middle. And now you have these faces here in the center. Just extrude them in the Z-axis. Now you have a table, a simple table. Okay, let's move it around here and go to do and create another object. We have now this little cube. I will create okay, and I will scale it down. Go to the edit mode, add an edge loop here by Ctrl R. You will see this here, and add 2 of them here, and just scale them to the y-axis. There are a lot of methods to do these things. I do the easy one. Okay, extrude this in the z-axis, and let's add let's add something here. Okay. Now I work a lot with the cubes. It's very simple to work with this. Okay. Now I will smooth this cube. How I can do it? Go to the modifier and click subdivision surface to add more geometry in this cube. Let's go to the level 2 and add some arrows, some edges here, like this. Add another one in the middle. Now we have this. Okay. Let's rotate this one and scale it. Yes. Go to the side view. Let's hide this one. Side view and duplicate it. How I can duplicate this object? To duplicate this object, you can just click Shift D to duplicate it. It's very simple. R, I click Y. I will speed up to see another thing. But if you have questions, you can ask me later. Okay. G and drag here. Go to the side view by clicking 3 and scale them in the y-axis. Nice. Let's now to adjust this thing to be more beautiful. Okay, this is beautiful. Let's get our scenes here. Let's duplicate this table, rotate it in the z-axis, and scale it like this. And go to the edit mode and click this X-ray to activate it to see the other side. Like you see the faces is in the back side. It's more easier now. let's delete all these faces. You can delete them by clicking X and select what you want to delete. I will delete the faces. Grab all of these faces that I lit here and extrude them in the Z-axis. Now let's grab them in the top, scale them a little bit in the X-axis, and just turn off this X-ray. Voila! Now we have a nice assets that we can use in our games. Okay. Disable, scale them down. Okay. Now let's add some materials to this game object. How to add materials? Go down here. There this button, material, and add a new one. New one. You can rename them by rename them table, and just give them a color, red one. But you can see nothing. Why? Because you are in solid mode. You can go to do shading mode to see your materials. Now the materials is applied in your table. Rotate like this and drop them here. Let's add another material. Okay. Hello. Let's just your thing. Apply the same materials by go here this drop box and select your material that you want to put in this object. Okay, I will drop them like this, and this I will add black material. Yes. So yes. So now it's very simple to create your own assets. How now to render them and get some images from this objects that I have now. Let's create a lamp here. Put them around here. To see the real thing that you're gonna have in the final rendering, you need to go to the rendering mode to see what you get in the final rendering. Just adjust this area lamp here to add some cool tint. I want to add blue. Select those faces and add another one. Assign those to here. Wood. Let's add some wood texture in this ground. How to add this? You can just go down here, and in the base color you can just click in this yellow button and choose in textures, image texture. Now let's choose our texture that we're gonna use. I will go to here, wood, choose this color. Okay, now I already download this texture. I put them in this base color to work on it, and voila, I have a new a perfect ground that I can work with. It's very easy to work with the texture. Now let's just have this one. How to render this image, this scene. Let's create a camera. Up here, camera. See what camera see. Just click Ctrl 0 focus on your scene. Let's have a nice shot like this. Drag this one here. Okay. And now you can go to, okay, it's going to, and now you can go to the render and render image. Let's, okay, voila, you have an image here. The final render image here. You can just save it. I will save it in desktop. GDG text, save as image, and you can see it right here. It's totally simple. There are a lot of things that I can't talk about it now because it takes time. Now, how to put this object in how to use it in the game. Okay, let's export those objects. How to do this? Just select all of them and go to the file here, and down here you can just export those objects. I will export them in FBX extension. Okay, I will check this then to export everything that I select in the scene. Select game object. Okay. Test object. I'll put them in the desktop export files. Okay, now I have this test object. Let's open Unity and put this this FBX or those assets to our project. We're gonna wait a little bit to open Unity. Now it's open. It's very simple to use your FBX file, your assets. You just drag this thing that we are exporting and drag them in the assets folder like this. Now you have this little object. You can drag them in your scene. Voila. Now you have everything that we are creating in Blender. So, but this ground is not showing anything. It's white. Why? Because we have not exported the texture that I use in Blender. Let's add it here. I will go to the wood. I will add this image and add a new material. Okay, new material. Good. And drag this in the albedo image. Voila. It's applied automatically. And this is what I want to share with you. And if you have any questions, you can ask me. Do you hear me?
Yes, Mad. Hear you.
I was speeding up a little bit because there are a lot of things to talk about. So
Yeah, thank you so much, Mad. Thank you for the presentation. Yeah.
If you have some questions, you can ask me now.
For now, there is no question, but maybe later we will have them. Wait, we have one.
When you exported those 3D models, you choose FBX. Why did you exactly choose FBX and not OBJ or another format? They are not a simple reason because we can just export OBJ or FBX, but I'm used to work with FBX a lot, and they are not a problem to export them in OBJ. It's the same. You can work with the OBJ file.
Okay. If there is any other question, please, guys, you can ask now. Okay. I think for now we don't have any other question. Maybe later we will have the comments after the live.
Okay.
So thank you so much, Wahed, for
Thank you.
such a good presentation. This is new for me, so I enjoy it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. If there are some questions, you can send them to me.
Yes, thank you so much. So now we have Hamza. Hi, Hamza.
Hi, Huda, do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Good.
So you will be talking about networking in games, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's my subject.
So I will add your screen.
Okay. I will start the presentation. You can see my PowerPoint?
Yeah, everything is good. You
Good.
can start.
I can start now. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Today we're gonna talk about the networking in games, or in other words, how does multiplayer work? Before we start this presentation, I will first introduce myself. I will talk a little bit about me. My name is Hamza Hassin, a software engineer and a game developer. I work for Octave, and I used to develop different games in different platforms. So this is my email and LinkedIn and the Facebook page if you want to contact me and if you have any questions. In our talk today, we're gonna see what is a multiplayer game, network topologies that are used the most in the games, and the more important thing is how to build a multiplayer game. So let's get started. First of all, what is a multiplayer game? It's a video game when in it different people can play at the same environment and at the same time they can interact with each other and play together. So we gonna see now the different type of multiplayer games and the advantages and the disadvantages of each type. First of all, we have the local multiplayer games. In this type of games, the players play in one device, so they share the same device, but with different controllers. We know a lot of games that use this way. It's very simple, and it's either a split screen game, which in it every user have its dedicated screen or his own point of view to see the game, or the second type, it's the full screen game. In this second type, it's the camera that's globally selected all the game environments, and in it all players will share the same environment and play together. So about the advantages of this first type of multiplayer games, it's really obvious that the more advantages are the zero latency, because we are playing at the same device. We don't need to access the internet, so there are no lag or something like that. It's obvious that it will be offline. You don't need to access the internet, like I just said. It's easy to implement because it's not necessary to add some additional work. You just need to capture the input from different controllers and treat them separately based on the player that play. And here we talked about the turn-based and runtime. and they are the two type of multiplayer games. The first one, the turn-based, is the games that each player have his turn to play, like the chess games or the feast, etc. For each player, there are dedicated time to make his move. And the runtime games are the games that you can freely play in them. And there are a lot of examples like Minecraft or League of Legends, etc. In this local multiplayer games, these two types are easy to implement, and you can implement it for free, no cost, because you need nothing additional to implement it. But there are some advantages, like the scalability. You cannot make a local multiplayer game that can handle more than 4 players, because we said before that it's one device, and each player has his own controller, so you are limited in the number of players in each room, and is limited in one device, so the players need to be at the same time. So this is the advantages of the first type that we have today of multiplayer games. Now we're gonna move to the second type, and it's the LAN games, or the local area network. In this type of multiplayer games, the players can play if they are at the same network. If they are connected by a switch or a router that can guarantee the communication between them. So the advantages of this technique, it's that it doesn't need internet access, so you can play without access to internet. The latency, it's very small. It's not zero like the local multiplayer games, but it's very small because the data that you share with the other players has been transmitted. But since you are all at the same network, it doesn't need that much time. So other point, it's more scalable if we compare it to the local multiplayer games. With the LAN games, we can build even 50 player for each room game. They just need to be at the same network, and it's relatively simple to implement. It's more complex compared to local games, but it stays simple to implement. And it's free because you don't need a server or to host something. And disadvantages is that it's limited. You need to be at the same network, so you can play with your friends that are so far from you. So that's it for the second type. The third type is peer-to-peer games. In this type of games, every player is connected to all other players, so the game data is shared directly without an intermediary. So every player can talk freely to other players to declare his moves, and it's easy to implement because you don't need a central server to manage data. The players talk directly, and it's cheap because you don't need a machine that in it you will host your server or something like that. The players play directly with each other, and it's easily to handle the games that's maximum 10 players by room, because 10 players will be connected to each other. It's relatively simple to implement, but in the disadvantages of this type, it's complex to implement because you need to listen to data from all other players, and it's not secure because you need to trust the other players when they talk to you. And it had scalability issues because for example, the MMO games that handle a lot of players at the same time, it's impossible to implement it with using this methodology. So you need to find other solutions. Now we're gonna talk about the player-hosted game. In this topology, one of the players that access the game will run the server. So he is at the same time the host and a player, and all other players communicate with this player who are the host to access or to transfer data. This type of games are very cheap to implement because you don't need to fairly dedicated server. One of the players will manage the hosting process and share the data with other players, and it's more scalable than the other types that we saw before. So you can handle with this type of the big games, but it had some disadvantages, and these disadvantages are about the security, because the host or the player that hosted the game had advantages because he's first of all play the server side, it's in his own laptop, so he play first of all with zero latency, and second of all he can't cheat because simply he run the server, so he can do whatever he wants, and there are a few methods that can stop him. So the big issue here is the security problem, and it's also not fair for all players because it's based on the host position. So not all players are really near to the host. So some players will receive the data before others. So it's not fair for multiplayer for all users. The last type that we have today, and the more popular one, is the dedicated server multiplayer games. In this type of multiplayer games, we have a server that is independent, that will run it in an independent machine that will broadcast this information and the game data to other players. And it's the more secure topology for multiplayer games, because there are the players, all the players communicate with the server, and the server broadcast again the data or the informations to the players. And the advantages of this method is it's secure because all the important information it's in the server that is hosted in a independent machine. Second of all, the performance. So for the big games, there are multiple servers based on the location of the player. You can connect with the near server to you. So the performance of the game and the user experience will be good in this type of multiplayer games. And the scalability, you can scale your game by adding new servers, and you will not have problems in this point. And when it's come to the disadvantages of this method, it's first of all expensive. Where we are talking about dedicated servers and the hosting and the machines that you will need to implement this method, it's a little bit expensive than the previous methods. And second of all, it's complex to implement because you need to handle more than just the game logic. You need to handle the scalability issues, and you need to host the servers and to maintain every time. So it's more complex. So that's it for the types of multiplayer games that we have today. There are 5 types. You can choose whatever you want based on what you need in your game, how you imagine your game. But personally, I recommend this last method, the dedicated server, because it's more secure, even though it's expensive, but it give you more performance to your game. Now we're gonna move to the more important part. It's about how to build a multiplayer game. And in this part, we're gonna talk about the necessary basics that you need to know to implement a multiplayer game. what are the things that you need to think of, and how you can build a multiplayer game from scratch. First of all, we're gonna talk about the general parts that you need to implement to have a multiplayer game. First of all, we need to talk about the authentication. It's not necessary, but a lot of the multiplayer games have the authentication part. So each user will have his own account that in it he will see his progress, he will add friends, he will save his personal progress. And the authentication can be done normally just with an email or password, and it can be done even by the social networks like Facebook or Steam, etc. So you need to think of implementing the authentication part if you want to implement your multiplayer game. Second of all, and it's the really important part about the multiplayer game, it's the matchmaking. So each multiplayer game needs to implement this part, which consists of create some rooms that will grab the players to play together. So if it's example a football game, you need to match 2 players to play, or if it's MMO games, you need to grab all players in the same room. So every multiplayer game had to take care of the matchmaking, how to access a room, how to play with other players, how you can match them. It's gonna be randomly or by invitation or just by the friend list. You will invite your friends to play with you at the same room. There are plenty of solutions in this part. So it's based on what you want and how your game is working. The last part, it's persistent data. So you need a database to store the players' data, the room's history, the progress, the statistics of each player. So he can share it or see his progress with the time, or add some friends. You need to store this data, so the next time the player open your app will find his friends, and everything will be good. So this is the true necessary part for each multiplayer game. And to implement all of these, there are two solutions. First of all, you can work with a framework that will make life easier for you, that's already have some services that will help you. And this is the next point that we're gonna talk about. And when it comes to frameworks to build a multiplayer game, we have first PlayerFab. So PlayerFab is the Microsoft solution for multiplayer games. It's a framework that give you the services so you can run your multiplayer games, and give you some additional services like the authentication with different platforms like Facebook, Steam, etc. And the Azure, you can use it to store the players' data in it. So it really take care of everything. You just need to pay for extra hosting. So if you want to scale your game to handle more players, you need to do some subscription with Microsoft. So second of all, we have Mirror. It's a solution that come to fix the multiplayer implementation problem in Unity. So Mirror will help you to build your multiplayer game, and you can use Mirror to build the MMO games. Because it really can handle a huge number of players at the same room. And Mirror also can help you with the authentication part. So if you want to implement the authentication in your game. So the last framework that we will have today is Futon. Futon it's another framework for multiplayer games. It's like the two other frameworks. It provides you with the services that will help you when it comes to the server logic, matchmaking, authentication, store data, etc. But the only problem that you will have, it's the hosting problem. When you want to scale your game, you need to pay to handle more player numbers. So that's it for the framework part. And if you want to implement your multiplayer game from scratch, you can use WebSocket. With it, you can put the server side using, for example, Node.js to broadcast the informations to the clients and to do the game logic, to do the verifications and all of that. You can make it from scratch. Yes, it's more complicated, but it will be a good experience to know exactly how things works and to have more experience in this topology. So I think that's it for our talk today. If you have any question, feel free to ask them in the comment section, and thank you for your attention. So it's the question part. If you have any question, feel free. If you didn't understand something or you want to add something.
Yes, guys, please, if anyone have a question. There is one.
I heard about something called rollback netcode. Do you know anything about it? And does it have anything to do with networking in video games? The rollback netcode. So personally, I didn't hear of it. I don't have any information about this topology. It can be a framework that will help you to implement your multiplayer games, like the others we see in our presentation. So that's it. Do you have any other questions? Well, I think that's it. If there are later some questions, you can send it to me. I will answer it. So thank you for your watching.
Thank you, Hamza. Thank you so much for the presentation. We appreciate
for this
your
amazing event. I'm honored to be today with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye bye.
This is great. Anyone want a hug?
tell you a beast. Saying I could bring to the beach. Think about it 7 days a week. So tell me if you rolling with me. When we go out, we go up. Never come down, we go up. When we come around, they go up, go up, go up, go up, go up.
This is great. Anyone want a hug?
Give me some of that. Sheesh. Anybody tell you a beast? Saying I could bring to the beach. Think about it 7 days a week. So tell me if you rolling with me. When we go out, we go up. Never come down, we go up. When we come around, they go up, go up, go up, go up, go up.
Welcome back to the final day of announcements. My name is Lamar Wilson, and I'm partnering up with Stadia. For the past few days, we've had some incredible first looks and free games to try. If you haven't tried the demo for Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle, that's an exclusive demo just to remind you, or Humankind Beta, well, go try those now. Well, guess what? We got some more good stuff for you today. I can't wait to show you today's games. You're going to see some vibrant, colorful games, visit an unknown town, visit a mutating world, and dungeon crawl like never before. Let's take a look.
Some kids just don't fit in. They don't have goals. They don't have ambitions. They don't try at much of anything. Kids like us. Sometimes, someone stupidly believes in kids like that. And when someone like that disappears, when they're taken from your life, you'll do everything, anything you can, to save them. We can't just give up on him, no matter how long it takes.
Okay, I really love that this game is about saving someone who really cares for you. That's just really heartwarming to me. I'm in. I want to play this day one. All right, let's check this next game out. I want to see. Okay, wow. I recently got into strategy games, and with this one being a different game each time you play, I'm in. I gotta play this. Buckle up. Here we go.
My friend, how do you fare?
You've heard the news, I hope. They're here, mind players. Each parasite they plant grows their numbers.
Reveal truth to the absolute.
And with this new cult on their side, we're going to need a hero.
Okay, that was crazy. That was crazy. All right, so let's take a look at Immortals Phoenix Rising, where you're on a quest to save the gods from dark evil things. Let's take a look. I can't wait. Listen, this isn't even a discussion. I love Greek mythology so much, and I cannot wait to dive into this game. Let's go. All right, guys, listen, let's switch from talking about games to playing them. You can play Immortals Phoenix Rising for free for the next 7 days exclusively on Stadia right now. You heard me, right now, by using the click to play link in the description. Here's how it works. You just scroll down the description of this video, you find the click to play link, you click it, and then you're playing Immortals Phoenix Rising on Stadia. It works with your phone, your laptop, your desktop, even on your TV, and your favorite controllers. It's so easy. That's the week of playing the Immortals Phoenix Rising demo for free on Stadia. But there's been a lot more good stuff over the last few days. You have what it takes to play them right now. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you on Stadia.
السلام عليكم. زياد كتسمعنا؟
Yes, I can hear you.
Me too. Yeah, great. So Ziad الغازولي.
Yes.
Okay. So you will talk about how to create the first game in VR.
Yes, that's right.
Perfect. So we see your screen and it's all yours. You can start.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so today my presentation is going to be about making your first VR game. So first of all, I will introduce myself. My name is Ziad Ghazouli. I am a software and a computer science engineer, also a project manager at Octave. You can contact me in these links below, in my email or LinkedIn or Facebook. You can also check out the official site of Octave. Okay, so first of all, what is a VR game? A VR game or a virtual game is simply put a video game where you play it on a VR hardware. For example, the VR headsets like Oculus, Rift S, and the HTC Vive, etc. Okay, so there are three types of VR games. There are non-immersive virtual reality, semi-immersive virtual reality, and fully immersive virtual reality. So first of all, what is non-immersive virtual reality? Simply put, non-immersive virtual reality are the games that we all know, like desktop games or phone games. Because technically, the environments in those games are also virtual. A semi-immersive virtual reality is when it's an immersive experience, but not a fully immersive experience. For example, when it's when you have hardwares that have 3 screens, one in front and 2 in the side, etc. And fully immersive virtual reality are the VR games that we all know. It's when you use a headset. So why make VR games? We can make VR games for entertainment purposes, like a lot of us do. We play games on the VR. Or we can use it for serious games like in education or medical fields, construction fields, military, etc. Here are some VR terminology that we're gonna use, that we're gonna need to know because we're gonna use it in the presentation. There is haptics, which means the feedback we feel, like our joystick vibrating, etc. Here's a photo that can explain it more or present it. A head-mounted display, HMD for short, is the headset that we use, like Oculus Quest, VR, the Vive, or the Oculus Rift S. Then we have head tracking. Head tracking, simply put, is like the name tells, is like the headset knows its place in the 3D world, or it can detect its movement, like in rotations and translations in 6 directions. And we have locomotion, which is the movement inside the VR game. We have real life movements, and we have the in-game movements like with a joystick, and then we have the teleportations. So you use this beam to know where you're gonna teleport, and to press a button to teleport to that place. Here I'm gonna go a little bit in details about locomotion techniques because it's very interesting. There are 2 types of interactions in VR games. There are physical locomotion and artificial locomotion. What does the physical locomotion mean? It's a continuous motion, either in open space or a limited space. In open space, we have, for example, motion-based movement. It's when you move inside the game by you moving your hands, or like you move your hands like you're running, so it's like this. Or you move your legs like in this picture right here. This is, you can see my mouse, right? Yes, you can see my mouse. Okay. It's like this picture right here. It's using movement, motion-based, which is this machine over here, etc. For a limited type of interaction, we have room scale-based. It's when you walk in real life and the head tracker will detect your place or your movements. In the room scale base, there are some techniques that we use, like curved walking. What does curved walking mean? It's when in real life you move in a curve. You don't move in a straight line, but in the game you feel like you're moving in a straight line. For the artificial types of movements, we have continuous movement and non-continuous movement. In here we have a controller-based movement. It's when you use the controller joystick, for example. And there is, for the non-continuous movement, we have the teleportation-based, like we just saw in this picture right here. And we have the VR discomfort. Here are some techniques that we can use in development, or a lot of companies or developers use to avoid motion sickness. Like, for example, when you want to teleport, for example, for the smooth movement, like when you move with the joystick, it is preferable to move in a linear fashion. What does that mean? It's your character should not accelerate over time, because that can create motion sickness. Another thing to note is that the player should always move themselves. Don't surprise them with a sudden movement, or, for example, in a cutscene, etc. Talking about cutscenes, for the cutscene, even if you want to move the player around, you should do it in a more controlled way. For example, you put it in a car, you put him in a car, or you put him in a car or a cockpit, or like on top of a horse, etc. It's that way he knows he's going to move and he's prepared for it. And for a teleportation, it is better to fade the screen for the player until he teleports, and you show him back the screen so he doesn't get this. These are some other teleportation tips, like preserve a user's current head rotation. Instead of just repositioning the virtual camera from one frame to the next, you could do this over a couple of frames. Like I just said, you can also blur his screen or fade it to black and appear it and reappear it again, etc. These are some game engines you can use that has VR support, and you can use like Unity, Unreal Engine, and CryEngine. But for the demonstration, we'll be using Unity because first of all, it is easier to use, and it has a great documentation as well as a great community, big and helpful community. Okay, so let's get started. You can see the screen, right? Yes, you can. Okay. If you've never used Unity before, this is going to be easy. First of all, I just want to apologize because we're not gonna test the games inside the headset, because I don't have, as of now, I don't have a way to project it into the screen. But I can show you just the basics of VR workflow inside Unity to get started. First of all, if you download Unity, you'd want to create a new project. In here, there is a template for VR, which is a great template. It's going to save you a lot of work. Like if you used the Unity before, you'll know that you need to change some settings and install some plugins, like XR interaction toolkit and XR plugin management. So you just create the project and you start in a white screen. I'll show you because I made some changes here. Let's get more of this. Okay. The first thing you're gonna see as you open the project is this scene right here. So first of all, you're going to check if some packages are installed in your project. The important packages are XR plugin management and XR interaction toolkit. where you're gonna find this, you're gonna find it here in Unity registry. You go down, and you're gonna find it right here. If you can't find it because it's in preview mode, you're going to need to go to edit, preferences. My bad, it's not preferences, it's project settings. And go to package manager here and enable this, enable preview packages. Okay, that's good. And you're going to install the plugin. Another thing to check is you go to project settings and go here to XR plugin management. And you're going to use the plugin you're using. For example, if you're using Rift S, you go to desktop and you go to Oculus here. Or if you're using a device that supports in general OpenXR, you can use the OpenXR plugin. For me, I am using Oculus Quest 2. That's why I went to Android and activated the Oculus here in the plugin provider. You might have a question as to why did I go to Android to activate the plugin instead of desktop. If you know Oculus Quest 2, it's a hybrid. I have a hybrid headset, unlike Rift S and HTC Vive, which is only PC VR. What does that mean? Is that to use Rift S and HTC Vive, you're going to. It's mandatory to plug it into the PC. Whereas the Oculus Quest 2, you can just use it alone, without plugging it into your computer. So that's all you're going to need. So now let's start and create our first VR game. First of all, you're going to need an XR plugin manager, an XR rig. So how are you going to do this? You either click the plus sign over here or the second mouse button and go to XR and go to XR rig. So here there are two types of XR rig. We have the action-based XR rig and the device-based XR rig with this with other things like locomotion, direct interactor, etc. There is no difference between the two. This XR rig, this action-based XR rig, is relatively newer than the device-based. So personally, I prefer using the device-based, but they are both the same. For this test, we're going to use them both. So, for example, we're gonna go and use first of all the XR rig. You open the game object. What you're going to find inside the camera offset, you're going to find the main camera that you're going to use, the left-hand controller, and the right-hand controller. So first of all, I'm going to take this and bring it on top of the plane, and then we're gonna start we're gonna check out the components here. So the options here are called components. First of all, in the main camera, we're gonna notice that there is a script called the tracked pose driver, which has in tracking type position and rotation. So if you just do rotation only, you're not going to, when you move with your headset, like you do some movement like a translation like this, the camera inside the game is not going to move. It's only going to rotate, so you can see on top and there, etc. In position only, it's the total opposite. Your camera is going to be fixed, looking at one direction, but you can translate like this. I hope I made the image clearer and you understood this. If you don't understand, you can comment. You can comment. Okay. So, and we have the left-hand controller. So we have an XR controller and XR ray interactor and a line renderer and an XR interactor line visual. Don't worry, I'm going to explain all these components. First of all, here XR controller, like the name suggests, is you parameter the controls in your controller. So first of all, you just you check all those use references, and then you put the input action reference here. Like you see, there are a lot of inputs here. You can use either these ones, input controls, or you can use the XRI left-hand XRI controls. How do you get those XRI controls? You get them from here in project. In the XR interaction toolkit, you're gonna find samples here, and you're gonna click here on import, default input actions. For me, I already imported it, so I don't have to re-import it again. And you simply just put all the inputs in their places. Like for position, you're gonna look here for the position for the input for the left-hand position. For example, here, where are the wins for the left-hand? So we're gonna say left-hand position. Here we're gonna use the left-hand rotation. Until you put all the input actions over here. For me, I already did a prefab in here, in the assets. I didn't do a prefab. Okay, we can enter all the inputs. Okay, here we have position, left-hand position, left-hand rotation. We have here select, left-hand select, activate, UI, left-hand UI, haptic, rotate, left-hand control. And that's all. And you're going to need to do the exact same thing to the right-hand controller to parameter the actions. And that's it for the controls. Here we're gonna find model. Here we can simply have a prefab of a controller. Like I just did a cube here for a quick example. And you put this prefab here. So what does this do? Is that this cube right here that I put here, it becomes your VR head. And of course you can do a custom hand or, for example, the model of the control of the Oculus controls, etc. Here you're gonna find the X-ray interactor. So what does this X-ray interactor do? I think it's better to explain the line renderer and the XR interactor line before, so you can understand here. A line renderer in Unity simply renders a line in 3D. So you're gonna see a line render. I don't know if there it is. I don't know if it's going to appear or not. Okay, well, there we go. The line renderer is the one responsible to render this line over here. This is what this line renderer does. You can change its color, you can change these parameters, but honestly, I don't think it's important first. It's not important right now. Here for the XR interactor line visual, its parameters how the line renderer interacts with the world visual. For example, in here, the default color is red, but when the line renderer interacts, for example, with a grabbable cube, we're going to talk about grabbables later, but in short, a grabbable is an object that you can hold in your hand. Or, for example, when you select an object that you can teleport to, this red line turns into a white line. And it also has some parameters that's not important for at first. Finally, we're going to go back to XR-ray interactor. Like I just said right here, when you interact, when the line interacts with a game object that you can teleport or you can grab, it turns from a red color to a white color. But how does that line knows that it interacts with an object? Simply put, this script is what allows it to know if it interacts with this or not. And this X-ray interactor, this component, also tells the line renderer when to turn white. It has some parameters like the translation speed, the rotation reference, etc. And these haptic events. What these haptic events do, like I explained earlier, haptic is when it's the feedback that you get from the controller. So when you select an object, or simply, or just when you, I'm gonna say, when the line interacts with the object, it vibrates. It does the same thing, but when he exits the interaction, and this way it's cancelled. And when you hover over it, when you exit the hover, and when you cancel it, etc. And here some custom events. For example, you can say when you hover over an object, I want, for example, this plane to change its name to, for example, test or something like that. That's it for the controllers. Now that we set up the controller, we're gonna check out how you can move. First of all, we're going to need here locomotion system. As you can see here, this locomotion system needs an XR rig, so you just drag this XR rig here, or you can enter it from here. You're gonna also need a teleportation provider. Yes, that's all you need for the for teleportation. So what does this locomotion system do? It's the one responsible for providing you with the possibility to move, either by teleporting or by smooth movement. Okay, so now what we did to the XR rig or the player, we just told them that, okay, now you can teleport. But what can it teleport into? To do that, we're gonna create, for example, a plane. It's a object. We're gonna bring a plane over here. We're gonna put a grid material like this. Okay, so now we have our plane. We're gonna add a collider. A collider, what does it do? It makes the player interact with this object right here. He can step on it without falling. Now we can simply use a locomotion, teleportation area. This simply tells this object here that we can teleport into it. That's all. And the teleportation, it's going to need a teleportation provider, which is the XR rig, because it has the teleportation provider. And that's it. So now if we test the game, we'll be able to teleport to this object. In here, in this collider, we can specify which collider can teleport into it. If you want to restrict the movement of the player, or if you have a lot of objects that can teleport, you can restrict which object can teleport into this display. Okay, that's good. And here we have the teleportation trigger. It's when you want to teleportation. Is it when it's is exited or entered, etc. We can just leave it like this. We're gonna remove the custom teleportation. Okay. This also has some custom events that you can use. Okay. Now we're gonna create an object that you can grab. For example, we're gonna create a green cube. This is our cube. We can scale it a little bit. And put a point 2 like this. Or this is better. Okay. We'll add a rigid body to add gravity to it, and add forces to the cube. Now, if we want to grab this object, what can we do? Simply put, we can add a XR grab interactable. This simply tells that the object that you can grab it. So now if we are in the game scene and I click on the grip button on my controller, I will grab it. In here, you tell if it's instantaneous or there is a velocity tracking, etc. What does this mean? Is that when you grab the game object, does it instantly come into your hand, or there is a movement, that the cube does to get in your hand, etc. Okay. And of course, you're gonna attach a transform. You don't need to attach a transform. It also has some custom events that you can use, etc. Okay, so now we have a cube that you can grab, a place you can teleport into. Let's customize the player movement a little bit. So for now, what we did to the player, he can teleport, and that's it. There is no way he can rotate with the analog stick, and he can't have a smooth movement. Let's first of all add the movement. We want the player to move when we move the analog stick. To do that, we're gonna simply add continuous move provider. Of course, we're gonna use the action base because that's the type of XR rig that we're using. In here, you specify if you want to move with the left hand controller or the right hand controller, or both. You can do both. It's better to use the left hand for movement. We come here and we do translation. The left hand translates anchor. The translate anchor is the analog stick in the controller. So now when you push forward on the controller, you go forward, and when you push back in the analog stick, you go backward. Okay, that's great. You will need also to add the XR rig in the forward source so he knows what transform it's going to use. And you'll need to use the XR rig here in the locomotion system, so he can access to this locomotion system here. Okay, that's all for the continuous move provider. Now let's go to the turn. The turning. There are two types of turning. There is the continuous turn and the snap turn. What is the difference between the two? The snap turn is when, after you move the analog stick, for example, to the left, in the first frame you were looking here, the second frame, it moves instantly like this. It moves in a certain degree. As for the continuous turn provider, it makes the player, when he turns the analog stick to the left, for example, he turns slowly like this. Okay, we can do both. For me, I prefer to use the snap turn provider because the continuous one has some problems. Okay, so here we're going to use a rig, and for example, we're going to use in the right hand the rotation anchor, and like this. So now when you push left into analog stick, you're going to turn left, and when you push the analog stick to the right, you're going to turn to the right. And that's it for the player movement. I don't think I forgot something. No. Yes. Let's suppose we're going to use the left hand for teleportation. As of now, if you came here and look at the XR ray interactor, you're going to see that it's in a straight line fashion. What does that mean is like we've seen here. Yes, like we see here, this line is going on in a straight line. This is good for some cases, like if you want to grab a box or when you're interacting with the UI system. But in general, if you want to teleport, it's better to have a curved teleportation. Like if you see here in my presentation, in the locomotion movement, you see that it's in a curved fashion. So how can we do this? It's simple, really. What you need to do is come here into the raycast configuration. We have this line type. Instead of using the straight line, we're going to use a Bezier curve. And like this, we have a curved line. At the same time, if you look at it over here, why did it turn? Why did this line turn white? Because if you remember earlier, we told it that if it looks into a plane that he can teleport into, it should turn white. And that's why it's turning white right now. I think that's all for the movement and the basics of VR game. Is there any questions? Are there any questions?
So we are waiting for your question, guys. If anyone want to ask something.
I don't think there are any questions. So if you have any questions, you can contact. Yes, RVR. Are VR games easy to develop, just like non-VR games? For this question, I can say yes and no. To answer your question, I can yes. Okay, I'll answer first your first question. For the VR games here in Unity, if you've worked with Unity before, you're going to notice that it's the same workflow. Like you have the same workflow. It's like developing a normal game. So to that, I'm going to say yes. VR games are easy to develop, just like non-VR games. But why I said no from another perspective? It's just that normal VR games are not easy to develop. It really depends on the complexity of the game. But for an exact response, they are the same. Developing VR games is like developing a non-VR game. You just need to do parameters to those locomotion systems and teleportation providers, etc., and that's it. After that, you're going to work on a normal game. Okay, so do you know anything about turning a non-VR to a VR game? Just like a video game called Yes, Skyrim. It was just a normal game, then they turned it into a VR game with first-person mode and some other stuff. Briefly, is it some kind of implementation? For your question, I can't really answer it in general because, as you know, Skyrim uses its proper game engine. So it depends on the way they made their engine. But for Unity, it is fairly easy to turn a non-VR game into a VR game. You just need to make to change the player and how the player interacts with the world. It's more of a hard work than something complicated.
Okay, thank you so much, Ziad, for the presentation and for everything you shared with us
You're
today.
welcome.
Thank you so much.
Just last thing I want to do is to give some resources or some recommendations so you can better work with or to get familiarized with VR games in Unity. There is our project Unity provided. It's called VR Beginner Escape Room. You can find this here in the Unity Hub. Learn over here. You can download this and get familiarized with this a little bit. I recommend first of all to go to the prototype scene, where you can find some interactables and see how Unity interacts with them, or how it makes them interactable. Then there's this escape room if you want to check it out. And some other sources. You have the Unity documentation. It's a really well documented, and in Unity Learn there are some VR resources, as well as some great tutorials in YouTube, like I don't remember his name, like Valem and Justin B. Parnett. I can put it in the comments I can comment it right now.
Hello, Ziad. If you could,
in the
Yes.
share these links. If you could please share these links so we can share them with the community.
Yes, I'm going to post them right now.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, that's all. That's all for my presentation, and thank you for inviting me to this great event. It has been really fun and interesting.
Thank you. It was very interesting. See you in the next event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye.
So now we will have our last speaker is Abdullah Alawi Madarhi, I think. So his part is about Ask Me Anything, and he's having something for you that he will talk. Hi, Abdullah.
Hello,
You hear me?
how are you?
We hear you. So yeah. So now you have the presentation and you can start.
Okay, actually the presentation for today was about if you have any question about game development, you can ask me about that. But because the attendance isn't really live right here, so you need first to write your question and stuff like that. So we figured out another solution, and it's to present a presentation about there aren't problems, but only solutions. But before I speak about that, I will try to introduce myself. Okay. So I am Abdullah Alawi. I've started video game developments in 2012. Okay, as a beginner, and I was wanting to start video game development from when I was 9-10 years old. Okay, and it was always my dream. In 2012 there was a community named Moroccan Game Developers, and I started with them in by developing game jams, by participating in game jams. And yeah, in 2014 I've started with a company, and we've worked together on a game named Boxy Box. It isn't available on the store right now, But after that, I've worked with another company on mobile games, on card games, actually, solitaire. And in 2017, I've worked on a VR game named Rangi with the Fansoft Studio, if anyone know about, okay. And after we finished Rangi, I've started my own company, me and a partner named Chinko Games. And actually, we've launched another company here in Morocco, and it is named Kokoro Games. Okay, that's for the quick presentation about myself. I know that so far there isn't a lot of questions, but if maybe you have any question, you can ask me about it at any time. And waiting for this, I will try to start this presentation. Okay, so the presentation is about problems and solutions. Actually, as everyone may know right now, in Morocco, there are you may think that there is a lot of problems, but actually there are only solutions, okay? And this is the mindset that you need to have if you want to succeed in this field, in the field of video game development, because actually you will always be solving problems. You will always be finding solutions, okay? So the title of the presentation is 9 Solutions for Indie Game Developers from an Indie Game Developer, okay? And okay, let's start. Actually, I don't see StreamYard because I only have one screen. Maybe if there is a question or something, can the organizer let me know by sound, maybe? Okay, sounds perfect. Thank you very much. So, yeah. The first thing you need to do, or the first solution you need to have, is that you need to master something. Because many people have many ideas for a game, for example, but they don't have anyone to work with, okay? And they just, for example, want to share their idea, and they expect people to work with them. And having an idea isn't enough, okay? You need to be able to bring something to the table, okay? For example, if you have money, for example, you could hire those people to create this game for you. But in many cases, you may be, for example, not having money, but you need to have some sort of skill, okay? For example, you could master programming, you could master art, for example. And the second thing that you need to do is to take actions, okay? A lot of people have ideas, but they don't execute, okay? It's a very important thing to execute to be able to realize those ideas, actually. And you need to show to the people you want to work with how you will contribute to make this idea come to life, okay? Okay, this is the solution, the first solution for I have an idea for a game, but no one wants to work with me. So master something, bring something to the table, and show how you will contribute to make your idea true, okay? Okay, I've started working on my project, but I can't manage to find the right people to work with me. This is kind of the same as the first problem, okay? But the solution here is that you need to not only build a game, but have a vision. Usually people need to work with someone who has a vision to accomplish. For example, a lot of people have only one game in their mind that they want to work on, okay? And when, for example, some things goes wrong, or the game doesn't work, they stop working together. because they have a lack of vision. Okay, you need to look for believers, people that share the same vision. As when I say believers, a lot of people think that those persons are a believer is someone who believes in your idea, and he tells you, okay, we will bring this idea to life. But actually, a true believer is someone who will put work in the project, okay, and in the vision you have. Someone who believes is someone who works hard until he realizes what he believes in. Okay, it is not enough to say I believe, but you need to work on what you believe actually. Okay, you need to show them what is there, what is in there for them. For example, you could there isn't only money, but there is also when you have a clear vision, okay, you can have a business plan, you can explain how you could actually reach success by them working with you, okay, and also you could use experience, okay, when people work together they can get more experience and stuff like that. And yeah, this fourth point is very important. You need to figure out a way to pay them. Because obviously everyone and each one of us need to be able to how to say that, to respond to basic needs of life, okay, and even if someone believes in what you are doing and start working with you at a certain time, okay, they will need a compensation to continue working with you. Okay, but generally speaking, it's a good thing to have people who can work at the beginning, let's say, for free. It's not for free because they are also benefiting from the experience and from the revenue share maybe after the project is successful, for example. But at a certain time, you need to figure out a way to pay them. The best way to stay together and to stick together is to find a way to pay everyone who is in the team. Okay, this is one of the first thing you need to figure out actually. When I've made this presentation, it was a little bit ago, okay, and I should have put that at the first position. Okay. Okay, we've worked so hard, but it didn't work. The solution here is you don't need to base your project on expectations. Okay. I would also say stop looking for a hit, but build a business. What I mean by this sentence is that many times people are looking for a hit, and what this means is that they are working on, for example, an idea that they think that it's a great idea, or for example, in hyper casual games, they prototype a lot on many ideas, looking for the hit. Okay, the game that will bring them all this success that they are looking for. Okay, but they don't have a business. Okay, they aren't building a business. Okay, I don't want to focus on this point, but maybe later. But there is a big difference between a business and working on only one project that you build all your expectations on. Okay, and I would this third point is very important too, because you need to focus on projects that generate money first. What I mean by that is that in the video game industry, many people are entering this industry because of their passion. Okay, and me too, as all the people, I've made this mistake. Okay, and we focused on the passion first, but now I figured out that if when we started we focused on generating money first, we could for example secure enough funds to focus on internal projects, for example. Okay, so maybe if you are someone who is beginning and is wanting to launch his own company, for example, focus on this part first. Then when you have enough funds, you can focus on your games. Actually, there are many other studios that are successful in focusing on internal projects. But if you check all the studios that are existing right now versus the ones who've succeeded using the way of working on their projects, you will find that they aren't a lot, okay, compared to the other studios that have failed. Okay. Okay, this was. Let's. Our project requires a lot of money. Okay. For this one, I would suggest that the solution is to first focus on a prototype, a good prototype. Okay. You would need to meet with investors. Okay. And you need to have a clear vision, and you need to don't waste a lot of time. Okay, for creating a good prototype, usually you need if it's a big project that would require a lot of money, you would need to create a prototype in, let's say, 1-2 months, and not go beyond that. Okay. When you need to meet when meeting with investors, what I've learned is that you need to have some numbers that back your idea. Okay. For example, if you go to the investor with only a prototype, but you don't have some strong numbers to convince him to invest in your project, at the end of the day, he will not invest in your project. Okay. What I mean by numbers is, for example, you could look at games that are similar to the game you are currently, for example, developing, and you could see how they are performing in the market and stuff like that. Okay. You need to have a good vision, because an investor, he will not invest only on your game, but he will invest on in your company actually. Okay, and this is the difference. Okay, what will happen, for example, if these games fail? Okay, you need to have a second plan, a third plan, another game that you would like to develop, and stuff like that. Okay. But the most important here is when meeting with the most important thing here is when meeting with investors. Okay, you need to prepare your numbers. There is also another way to generate, for example, some funds to be able to work on your project, and it's through crowdfunding. Okay. There is a studio or a studio composed from Moroccan people and other ones from the US. They've been able to launch a crowdfunding campaign lately, and they've succeeded in doing so. Okay, so this is also another way to see it. Okay, so okay, this one, we already have a good game, but we need more visibility on the market. Okay, one of the solutions here is to look for a publisher that would help you with the game you've made, for example. to make it more visible in the market, because this is their job actually. Maybe you would need to find smarter ways to market your game, and this part is a little bit hard to do, because us as developer or as video game developers, we have a tendency to focus on the development part without having any marketing strategy. And at the end of the day, if you want to success in this, you need to have a marketing strategy, or to have a publisher who will do this part. Okay, without the marketing, you will never succeed. Okay, without someone who is strong at this part, it will be very, very, very unlikely that you would succeed. Okay, but it happens for some people who have a really, really, really good, for example, prototype or a good game, and they publish a video at the right time, and maybe the media start talking about it. Okay, that happens, but again, it's not something that happens to everyone. So don't be that one person who, don't think that you will be that one person who will succeed. Okay, who will be the only one to succeed. You need to have a plan and make your, and you need to plan your success. Okay, and not base it on chance. This is what I am trying to communicate here. And maybe look for some influencers. Okay, influencers are, for example, you can look for channels that have millions of views, and you could talk to those channels owners and see if they can collaborate with you on and talk about your game and stuff like that. Okay. Okay, we've worked so hard now. It's time to launch our game. Okay, communicate about your game. The solution here is something that is before you finish the development of your game. Okay, you need to communicate about your game at an early stage of its development. One mistake that a lot of people are doing is that they are starting working on a project and they don't communicate about it at all, and no one knows about the project they are working on. And when it's time to launch, no one knows about it, so no one purchases it, so it ends up failing. Okay, to communicate about your game, you can use social medias, like having a Facebook page, maybe having a community. Now there is Discord also that helps with that. I would add that you would need to see this as a product. At the end of the day, a game or a video game is a product. So maybe some prospecting to collect some emails from your players. Okay, and all this is to build a ready-to-play user base. Okay. After some times of working on a project, I get demotivated. So this is something that happens a lot to anyone. It could happen to anyone. So what I would suggest here is to always make a good use of deadlines, because what I've noticed is that when there isn't enough pressure, okay, people have a tendency to take their time and work for a long time on the project, and we are living in a period of time where you need to be fast. Okay, so one way of achieving this is through deadlines. Okay, don't let yourself and give yourself all the freedom of the world, because you will end up polishing your game and adding new ideas and new ideas and new ideas, and you will end up not finishing it. Okay, and this brings us to the second option, which is draw some limits to the scope of your game. A lot of times when people start working on a game, they don't have, for example, enough funds, and they have big ideas and they want to implement everything into those ideas. But you need to draw some limits, okay? To put some limits to the scope of the game, so you can finish it quickly, okay? You could also use the tasks models, okay? For example, assign different tasks to each to the project, okay, and complete them, because when you complete something, you have this this feeling of fulfillment, okay, and it helps you staying motivated. Maybe for the fourth point, you are making a game. Gamify the process. What I mean by that, we are still not doing that, but we are planning on doing this in the future. But what I mean by that is, for example, you could add some gamification to the process of making your games. Let's say that you are a team, for example, you are working on a shooter game, for example, and you have many tasks that you need to complete. You could, for example, reward the teammates who complete their tasks with something, for example, maybe a piece of cake or something like that. Maybe if you have enough funds to pay them, maybe a bonus, stuff like that. Okay. I thought that everyone will like my game. This is another problem that a lot of video game developers may encounter. Okay. And the solution here is that you need to know for who you are building those games. Okay. A lot of time we don't have a clear idea about who are we building this game for. Okay. And this leads to a mistake, and which is targeting everyone. And in this life, not everyone will like what you are doing. Okay, you need to know your players also, and you need to do a market research. Okay, to see if actually the idea you are working on is worth being worked on. Okay, this market research will help you with knowing who are your players and who is the final customer. Okay, that you need to focus on. And you need to look for similar games. How are they performing and stuff like that. This will help you with numbers in case you want to go with the investor option. Okay, it took us so much time to create this game. Okay, what I would suggest here is, when you are working on something, avoid creating everything from scratch, because it would take you more time. For example, there are some people who, instead of using Unity or Unreal Engine, or maybe the other Construct, or maybe Game Maker, okay, or Game Engine to make their games, what they are doing is they are creating their own game engine to make their own game. Okay, this is just a waste of time. People have already worked on this, and there are free tools available for that. Okay, so why would you lose your time working on a new game engine, okay, when you can just use Unity or Unreal to make your game? Except if your vocation is making game engines, then avoid making stuff from scratch, for example. Okay. Another thing, maybe sometimes you have some mechanics you would like to implement. but those mechanics are already implemented in some packages. You could use that directly to prototype fastly. Okay, then when you validate your prototype, you can then maybe, if the code isn't right for what you are trying to achieve, rewrite the code. Okay, and yeah, always look for what can speed up your creation process. Okay, sometimes there are some piece of art that are already available. Don't give your artists or the people who are working with you tasks or to recreate the wheel. Okay, this third point is actually very important. Okay, try to create something easily reusable. Okay, let's say that we are working on video games. Okay, in video games there is something called the loop of the game. What we found ourselves doing is that each time we work on a new project, we are creating this loop again. Okay, and again and again. You could, for example, save a lot of time if you if you create one loop that would be applied to all the other games you are working on. Okay, then if there is something missing in that loop, you can add it later in the projects that need this feature. And even when adding this feature, try to think how to reuse it so you can use it in other projects. Yep. That's it. Thank you, everyone, and thank you. Okay, this was a presentation that I've made for Pocket Gamer. Okay, and because what I was planning is that there would be people who would already have some questions and they need some answer. Okay, but I had to take a new presentation.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
okay, and, yeah.
It was very useful. Actually, we have two questions.
Okay.
If you see the first one, or I read it.
Does this field require a specific studying level? That's a tricky question. Okay. It depends. For example, yeah, you need to have to start actually studying. From my point of view, is something that you do your whole life. Okay, but to be able to make, for example, video games, you need to learn the tools that will help you doing so. Okay, if you need a specific studying level, I would say maybe no, but you would need to be able to master how you would create or use the tools to create your games. Yeah.
All right, and the second question.
And I need to make a small team to work with me. But still, this is just an indie game and I can't pay my teammates. This is why I one of the solutions that was present in the presentation was to figure out a way to pay your teammates. You could, for example, start at the beginning for free, but you need to figure out a way to pay your teammates. Yeah. Because what will happen is that you will start working on this idea or this game, but the more times goes and the more your teammates will have needs. Okay, and to answer those needs that needs money, let's say that, and you will need to pay them. Yeah. What I would suggest also is to focus first on making money. For example, working client jobs, for example, work for hire and stuff like that. So you can build an income that will allow you to work on your internal projects. Yeah.
Okay, so we wait couple minutes and see if there is any other question. So there is another one. Okay.
Even though we may not gain from it. I don't understand this question very well. Is it?
I think he or she means maybe they can get income from the game. I'm not sure if this is what they mean.
I don't know if what you mean is that I don't understand what he meant, what he or she meant by not gain from it. Is it? Can you go back to the first question? What if I want to make a game but with no budget?
Actually,
Maybe
I think what the person meant was that, like, do you still need to pay your teammates if they, if actually at the end of the day you're not going to win anything from, like making it and all of that.
Okay. So the question is, should you pay those teammates even if you can't make or gain from the project you are working on? Yeah. The simple question is yeah. Yes. It all depends on how old are you and how old is your teammates and stuff like that. But usually when you are working on something, you expect it to generate some gains. For example, one way of securing or to one way to convince people to work with you is that if you have if you mastered a skill, okay, and they have a complementary skill to you, okay, then you could go for a revenue share model. And this is why I've talked during the talk about people who believe in the idea, okay, and those people are people who are ready to put the work needed to make this idea come to the world, okay. So, but on the long term, you will need to find a way to pay those people so they can stay working with you. At the beginning, you could figure out a way, for example, revenue share or stuff like that. But on the long term, you need to figure out a way to pay them. Yeah.
All right. So thank you so much, Jabdullah,
welcome.
for the presentation and for answering the question. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, Huda, for having me, and great job, everyone.
Thank you, and we hope to see you in person in the upcoming event. We have just COVID to go away and
Inshallah.
get back our activities. So yeah, this is this is the end, guys. This is the end of the event. I want to thank all our speakers, and we see you in the upcoming events. Thank you so much. But maybe there is a question in the comments if you can answer before we go.
Yeah, which one?
Yes, there is the last one.
Is it too early? No, it's never too early to start working on this field. Actually, the more early you start working on it, the more chances you will be able to go far in this field. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. And we will go now to the closing. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Shadullah.
very much.
And now I will leave you with the Stadia keynote. Thank you.
Hi everyone! Thank you so much for joining the Stadia keynote today at the 2021 Google for Games Developer Summit. I'm so happy to be here and I'm very excited about our announcements. Today we're focusing solely on Stadia game partners, both developers and publishers, so no cool game announcements or trailers are part of this presentation. My name is Karine Yap. I work on the Stadia business development team and I've spent the last 20 years working to acquire content from some of the most amazing teams in this industry. I started at THQ back when PlayStation 2 was considered next gen, and then worked with D3 Publisher, Konami, Gaikai, and now I'm here at Google. Thank you so much for joining us. I wish you were here in person. As with any good story, we like to take a look back at where we've been before we look at what's to come. We also have 2 other sessions today, both of which will go into more detail about our announcements, so please join the sessions so you don't miss out on any information. The Stadia story began long before our first public unveil in 2018. We started with the simple yet challenging goal of proving that Google could deliver high-resolution visuals to gamers with incredibly low latency using Google technology. The first public reveal of this technology was in October 2018 with the launch of Assassin's Creed Odyssey from the incomparable team at Ubisoft. It was called simply Project Stream. It was the first time a user could play, day and date, a remarkable, low-latency, AAA game streaming experience from any laptop. We then went on to publicly announce Stadia at GDC in March 2019. We painted a bold vision for the future of streaming AAA games across any connected device without the need for local physical hardware. Thank you to every one of our partners for working with us. We look forward to continuing to work with you and with the rest of the industry on this journey. Next was the launch of Stadia in November of 2019, where gamers were able to play Stadia for themselves on their own connected devices. Throughout 2020, we worked to deliver on the original promise of Stadia by adding a multitude of platform features. Highlights include Crowd Play, which gives players the ability to jump right into the multiplayer game they're watching on YouTube. Crowd Choice, where viewers can make game decisions for the YouTube creators streaming the game they're watching. And free game demos, where in October of last year, we enabled viewers to watch a trailer for an unreleased game, click a link, and then instantly try that game. Remember, anyone in a Stadia-supported country can use their Gmail account to sign up for Stadia for free, click to claim a game, and click to play a game on a wide range of connected devices without the need to purchase additional hardware. Late last year, we worked with the phenomenal developers at CD Projekt Red and brought to streaming one of the most expansive games ever developed, Cyberpunk 2077. It was so exciting for the Stadia team to hear the collective feedback. Stadia was one of the best places to play one of the year's biggest games. Thanks to the efforts of our content team, Stadia is also the home of the Stadia Makers program, built specifically to help smaller game development teams join the Stadia family and empower them to reach players in new ways. Our Makers community has launched so many creative and unique games, including 100 Days, Caves in the Wild Masks, Dark Side Detective, and Unto the End, to name a few. These Makers games are available now on Stadia, with even more great games coming soon. If you're interested in being part of the Stadia development community, head on over to stadia.dev and apply. It's these kinds of creative and innovative concepts from the Stadia Makers community that inspire our team each and every day. Thank you to all of our Stadia Makers partners. We look forward to expanding this community, and we have some announcements coming up later in the session that I think you're really going to like. As always, and definitely in my opinion, partners are a crucial part of Stadia. Please know that we are constantly working to improve your experience to bring games to our platform, and we have more details around new tools and other improvements to share in our technical session later today. To date, our partners have shipped more than 180 games on Stadia. These titles support all types of business models, from free-to-play to transactional to game demos, playable anywhere in the 22 countries that Stadia supports. And now they're playable on more devices than ever before. Today you can access Stadia on no less than hundreds of millions of devices currently in the market. Anything from computers to Android and iOS phones to tablets to a growing list of TVs, thanks to our new Android TV support. The numbers of devices will continue to expand, with smart TVs joining the list later this year. The team at Stadia is working very hard to expand our footprint, grow the addressable Stadia market, and deliver on Google's goal of democratizing access to great gameplay experiences for everyone. One of the ways Stadia continues to make games more accessible and easier to play is through our 1-month free trial of Stadia Pro. Stadia Pro is our monthly subscription service that allows subscribers to access a variety of great games with new titles added every month. It's one of the benefits our players love about Stadia. Recently, we've asked ourselves, how can we ensure partners benefit more readily from our subscription? And here's where things get more exciting. Starting this month, any new title that enters into Stadia Pro under the new Stadia Pro terms will earn a slice of monthly revenue from the service. Stadia Pro will give back 70% of monthly revenue to partners based upon engagement for active, claimable Stadia Pro titles. To make this as easy as possible, engagement will be measured by session days. One user playing one Stadia Pro game twice on day 1 equals 1 session day. A user that plays a Stadia Pro game once on day 1 and once on day 2 equals 2 session days. We're also unveiling a new way to power player engagement through our affiliate marketing program. As a digital-only platform, Stadia has the unique ability to generate that link performs and the players it brings to Stadia and to the game. We call it a click-to-play link. Players can click on your unique click-to-play link and play the great games available in Stadia Pro during the free trial we offer to all new users. Once that player converts from a free Stadia Pro trial to a paid Pro subscription, you'll get $10 per user from Stadia, or the local currency equivalent. This in addition to your slice of the Stadia Pro monthly revenue. No other game platform does this, and we are very excited to offer our affiliate marketing program to our partners in the first half of next year. Alan Joyce, a Stadia product manager and one of my favorite members of the team, has a session later today called Growing the Pie, where he'll detail how we're using click-to-play technology to enable this program. You're not going to want to miss it. Last, but certainly not least, is an important announcement about games available for purchase on the Stadia store. Starting in Q4 this calendar year, we're launching a limited time incentive program that adjusts our revenue share for newly signed games to an 85-15 split for game sales up to a $3 million threshold. This will apply to all games launching in Q4 of this year and in 2022 and in 2023. That means you, as a Stadia partner, will earn 85% of your title sales and Google will earn 15%. Once your title's total sales reach a $3 million threshold, the revenue share will revert back to the current split. So that's good news from a revenue generating perspective, but in order to access these new partner incentives, you first need to develop your game for Stadia. The Stadia team has gathered a lot of feedback from partners to ensure we continue to build new tools and functionality to make development, submission, and certification of a Stadia title easier than ever, and we are constantly improving this process. Over the past year, we've invested in simplifying certification for all partners. We're creating easier workflows to test across all of Stadia endpoints with our new Test Hub tool. We're decoupling certain pieces of the developer journey so that teams can work independently from one another, and we're continually investing both time and resources to improve our support of game engines, whether custom or licensed. Our goal is to make Stadia development as close to turnkey as possible. There's a great session coming up later in the day that will dig into more detail of the technical work in progress, featuring more of my favorite team members, Elizabeth, Ryan, and Robert. Please make sure to catch this one if you'd like more information. Both of our Stadia sessions will provide important details about everything we've been working on. The reason we've done all this great work, the reason I'm here today talking to you, is that we know. We know games are what make a platform great, and we want your games to come to Stadia. To apply to be a Stadia developer, go to stadia.dev, our developer website. When you click to apply on Stadia.dev, you'll first fill out a 2-page application form. This request can seem pretty basic, but it's crucial information that goes directly to the Stadia review team and to me, and it helps us prioritize your requests, so please don't take it lightly. So a quick recap. We're working hard to continually improve Stadia for our players and for our partners. Our platform, user adoption, and user sentiment are all growing and improving. We want you as a partner, and we want to play your games on our platform. So please go to stadia.dev to find out more and apply to become a Stadia partner. Thank you very much.